But today is the first part, which is a reading and analysis of the play. I'm going to talk about these three books that I put up here. And you'll see on the screen. Most of it is introductory. Most of you probably have read the Odyssey, so I'm not going to say too much about it, but ask questions if you like. Then I'm going to talk about the author of this particular work, Odysseus, and then I'm going to introduce the work, Odysseus. And next time, I'm going to cover the first part of the play, which is in two parts, and the last session is the second part of the play. So today you don't need the books, but if you'd like to follow the other two, it's a good idea to have them and to read the play. So, this is what I'm doing today. Homer's Odyssey, Nikos Kazantzakis, and Odysseus, which is a verse tragedy by Kazantzakis. So, I'm starting with the Odyssey. And this is just a summary to refresh your memories and to show you what Kazantzakis is doing with the Odyssey. The Odyssey was written in the 8th century, around 725 to 675. It's an epic. It's a poem, a verse poem of 12,000 plus lines, and its meter is dactylic hexameter, which is the meter used for epics. Both the Iliad and the Odyssey were written in that. And it's divided into 24 parts, which are referred to as books. They're actually just chapters of about a reading that takes no less than an hour for each book. It's in 24 parts, probably because it was first put on papyrus, and if you put too much on it, they bend and they break. So it took 24 of those rolls to place these epics, but also the Greek alphabet has 24 letters, and each book is represented by a letter. So that's why both epics have that. Although both epics are about the Trojan War myth, which occurred long before Homer got to it. Actually, the date that is usually used for the Trojan War is 1186, which is the 12th century, and Homer is composing in the 8th century. So a lot of what he's saying is hearsay. There were no written records at the time. It was an oral society. So a lot of it is invention. It might have some historical significance, although we're not all that sure. Schliemann, who dug up Troy, claims there was a Troy exactly where Homer's stories take place, but then there are 8 levels of Troy that they've discovered since then. So now they're not sure which level might have been the Troy we're talking about. But both epics, the Iliad, which is about 50 years before the Odyssey, and the Odyssey are on the Trojan War myth. But Homer only uses a part of the myth for his stories and alludes in flashbacks to other parts. The Odyssey is only 40 days during the period that he's talking about, but it takes Odysseus 20 years to get back home. So during those 40 days, we learn what happened during those 20 years. Okay, this is the Odyssey that I have right here. This is the translation I normally use, which is Richmond Lattimore, who was a professor at Bryn Mawr College. And the Odyssey is in 2 parts. The first part is what's going on in Ithaca, which is Odysseus's home. And the second part is what happens when Odysseus finally returns to Ithaca. And usually the Odyssey is read in 4 books at a time. And there's a reason for that also. It lends itself to 4 books. They're complete units. but also it was believed that when this epic was performed, it took about 4 books per performance. Because linguists have worked this out, it takes about 2.5 hours to recite 4 books, which they believe was about the time that a performance lasted. And as I said, each one is a unit. The first 4 books are on Telemachus, the son of Odysseus, and his adventures. He's out there searching for his father to find out if the father is alive or dead. The second 4 books, 5 to 8, tell us about Odysseus. Where is he at the time that we start reading the epic? He has already completed all his adventures, and he's in a place called Phaeacia, where he's telling his adventures to the king who is hosting him. So that's where we learn about Odysseus in books 5 to 8. And 9 to 12, referred to in Greek as the apology, which means the adventures. Odysseus recites in his own voice his adventures to the king. And there, of course, you can have a lot of fun with that because it's Odysseus reciting his adventures. And we know Odysseus is a great liar. So how do we know what he says is even true? Or is he embellishing his adventures for his own good? So that becomes very confusing and interesting. That ends the first part. And then the second part, he has arrived in Ithaca in disguise as a beggar. So books 13 to 16, he goes to his shepherd's hut, Eumaeus, who is his swineherd, takes care of his pigs, and he's a very faithful servant. So he goes there in disguise, no one recognizing him in the Odyssey till much later, and that becomes a big issue in scholarship. When does recognition occur? And different scholars have different opinions, but the modern scholarship says that he is recognized early. But if you read anything below the 60s, he's not recognized till the last books of the Odyssey. So there's a lot of controversy there. So in Eumaeus' hut, he feels things out. He tries to find out from the swineherd what's been going on, what's going at his palace, etc. Then in books 17 to 20, he decides to visit the palace as a beggar, to beg. And while doing that, he can feel out what the suitors are doing. His wife Penelope is being pursued by 108 suitors and are forcing her to marry. And this has been going on for the past 3 years out of the 20 that Odysseus is away. So that's what happens 17 to 20. And 21 to 24, Odysseus reveals himself, kills the suitors, puts his house in order, and they live happily ever after in the Odyssey. But that's not the whole bit, because Odysseus doesn't stay home. But Homer doesn't go there. He stops with the killing of the suitors and the recognition of his wife, which, as I said, older scholarship says that that's when the recognition occurs. Recent scholarship says that he could be recognized as early as book 14, definitely by book 19, and there's an argument about that. So that's the Odyssey. And this is what Kazantzakis is using to write the present work. Nikos Kazantzakis is a Greek author. He's the best known Greek author. You see his dates up there from 1883 to 1957, so I guess he was about, 74 years old or so when he died in Germany. He hardly ever was in Greece, although he was a Greek author. He was everywhere else but Greece, and he was very prolific. He's best known for his novels, which is the genre that he least thought much of, but he could make money from writing novels. Zorba the Greek, The Last Temptation of Christ, Christ Re-Crucified, those were even made into films. He started writing dramatic works, like the one we're talking about today. He did 18 of those very early. And then, immediately following that, he wrote some philosophical works. So he's known, even in his novels, basically as a philosopher. He's trying to show something, to prove a theory throughout. Many travel books, because he traveled all over the world. 2 books of poetry, hundreds of articles, dozens of school texts. That was to earn money so he could continue writing, and translated Homer's Odyssey and Iliad into modern Greek, translations that are still used today in Greek schools. They're very poetic translations. So that's Kazantzakis. Okay. Now, these are the books I'm interested in. This is the play. It's a verse tragedy, as he calls it. It's in verse, not in prose. And he wrote that in 1922. But actually, it was 1914. You see how early he was interested in the Odyssey. It was 1914 when he read an Odyssey by a German author, Gerhard Hauptmann, who wrote a play called The Bow of Ulysses. And if you read that play and you read this play, you can see the similarities. He liked it very much. As a matter of fact, he wrote this play in memory of Hauptmann, dedicated to Hauptmann. So he wrote it in 1922. And later, in 1938, he expanded this play into an epic, this book here, which he called The Odyssey, just The Odyssey. And he continued where Homer left off. But it was 3 times the size of Homer's Odyssey. It was 33,333 verses when he finished in 1938. So from 22 to 38, he was involved with the Odyssey. And he was interested. In between, I put a year later, in 1923, he published a very important small work called Askitiki, which means ascetic exercises. And that was the beginning of his philosophy, which he then incorporated, having written the play, writing that philosophical work, he incorporated it and expanded it all into an epic, the Odyssey. It was the Odyssey of his was translated in 1958 by this man here, who used to be my teacher or mentor, Timon Fryer. And for a time, it was the only time that a poem became a bestseller, because it became the Bible of the flower children of the 50s and 60s. There were 150,000 copies sold, which is an amazing thing for a poem, which usually doesn't even reach 1,000. So this was the Odyssey, and it was called, to distinguish it from Homer, the Odyssey, a modern sequel. So, Homer's Odyssey, these books only take up 13 books, 13 to 22. You see, they focus on the last part of Homer's Odyssey. And from 13 to 22, there's more emphasis in the very early books than the later books, which are mentioned. This little book that we're talking about today stops at the moment that Odysseus reveals himself and gets ready to kill the suitors, draws his bow, and the play ends. The bigger Odyssey of Kazantzakis begins where Homer leaves off, book 22, and continues with new adventures. So the only thing they do with Homer is book 22, although there are references to other things. The small play is in two parts. Part one takes place in the courtyard of Odysseus's palace in Ithaca, and the second part takes place in the hall of the palace where we meet the suitors for the first time. This is the way now the verse tragedy, the small book here, this one, is set up. Part one, as I said, and this is interesting because you begin to see what Kazantzakis is trying to do, is Ithaca by Aphrodite's chapel. And it's interesting that he uses the word chapel, because remember, we're setting this in the 8th century, but there's a Christian element to it. So he's modernizing the story and bringing up to the present, and he's using Aphrodite as some kind of a saint. So the first part is mostly on Aphrodite, who is the goddess of love, Venus in Latin, which shows that Ithaca is chaotic. It's going over to the senses. It's looking at Aphrodite as a god. The second part, in the palace courtyard, the emphasis is on Athena as the goddess. Although she's been pushed aside by Aphrodite, all of a sudden in the second part, her chapel flame comes to life. It's been dormant for all this time because Aphrodite has taken over.
Who's she the goddess of? Athena?
Athena is the goddess of wisdom, the goddess of reason. So what we have here is the rational Athena versus the irrational, the mind versus the senses. And that's where Kazantzakis' interest comes in. So the first part, what we have in the play, if we divide it up, the various scenes, you have maids, many of them made up by Kazantzakis. They don't appear in the Odyssey because he has a half a dozen or so milling around the palace, doing their work, and they're discussing the fact that it's almost 20 years, the anniversary of Odysseus' 20th year away is coming the following day. And there's a prophecy that says that Odysseus will return to Ithaca in the 20th year. But nobody believes it up to this point because they think after 20 years, he left as a young man, he's probably dead by now, he was killed, no one has heard anything of him, so nobody really cares. But it's in the back of their mind that he could appear. So that's what the maids are talking about. And that's where Penelope comes in, who reveals her present situation. And her present situation is that in the Odyssey, she is told that the moment that their son Telemachus sprouts a beard, that is, he's old enough to be a man, she should think of marriage. Because if the husband has not returned by that time, he probably will never return. And Penelope sees that. She's under a lot of pressure to marry someone. And in Kazantzakis' play, she also wants to marry. She's been alone too long, and she doesn't mind. She wants to make out as if she's very faithful and she's waiting, but she hopes that something happens, and she even has somebody in mind. She likes Eurymachus, who is the second suitor. There are two leading suitors, Antinos and Eurymachus, and she likes Eurymachus. So she's talking about that, and she's come to Aphrodite's chapel to give some flowers and put something there in honor of her. That's when Odysseus all of a sudden appears as a beggar. And in Kazantzakis, the beggar is always identifying himself, but nobody believes him because he does it in jest. He says, I could be Odysseus. I could be anybody I want. And he goes on this way throughout. All of this happens at Eumaeus' hut. And in time, Telemachus, who has been on his journey looking for his father, returns. And he goes to the same hut because he has been told that the suitors are going to try and kill him because they're afraid that since he's old enough now, he would be the heir to Odysseus's fortune, and they want him out of the way so they can marry his mother and take over the kingdom. So he doesn't go to the palace, he goes straight to the hut. And in Homer's Odyssey, that's where the recognition between son and father takes place, but not here. Here it appears at the end. Telemachus throughout the first part doesn't know who this beggar is. All he knows is that he's a very unusual beggar. He seems to know a lot more than a beggar should. So that's the first part. In the second part, we now go to the palace. Odysseus is there as a beggar. We're first introduced to the suitors. As I said, there are 108, but Kazantzakis only deals with about 5 or 6 of them. He only mentions 5 or 6. So when Eumaeus brings the beggar to the palace, he goes around introducing himself to the suitors. Then at some point Penelope meets the beggar. That in Homer is very interesting because that's when that occurs in book 19 of the Homeric Odyssey. And that's when Penelope and Odysseus converse, and modern scholarship says they recognize each other. As a matter of fact, there's evidence when you read the Odyssey very clearly and slowly, you see that they do have signs between them. And it's at that point that Penelope says in book 19, why don't I hold a bow contest using your bow? And Odysseus turns to her and says, do it, lady, don't delay, as a beggar. And according to scholars, that's the moment that they recognize each other. That's why Penelope sets up a bow contest, because she could have done it any time before that, but why at this particular moment? And it's interesting that they hit on the bow contest because the bow was in vogue when Odysseus was a warrior 20 years ago. But nobody knows anything about bows 20 years later. They don't use them anymore. So those that tried to bend it will not be able to because they never used a bow. He's an expert at it, so he will be able. So they're confident that they can get away with this and he can get rid of the suitors. That's in Homer. In the play, Penelope never recognizes her husband. She has a very small role in it. She just thinks he's a very unusual beggar that shouldn't be around anyway. And recognition comes at the very end. Even Telemachus doesn't recognize his father, but at some point, Telemachus says, you know, I had enough of this. It's time that I take over and do something about it. And Odysseus, the beggar, turns to him and says, if you don't know your father by now, he's in you. And if you don't know who he is by now, you never will. So act. So Telemachus has come of age to take over. And he sort of recognizes that this man might be more than he claims to be. And at the very end, there is this recognition. Odysseus takes the bow, bends it, and the play ends. And we assume he's killed whoever. So that's the play. The important thing is the final two lines of this tragedy: "In my ponderous hands death brings peace like a thunderbolt in the hand of justice," are the last words of Odysseus. And the big book, the Odyssey in 1938, begins "and," as if you're continuing. "And when in his wide courtyards Odysseus had cut down the insolent youth," and continues. So you can see that this is a precursor. The play is a precursor to the larger Odyssey, and just continues from that. So Kazantzakis is working out his ideas from the very beginning, 1922, all the way through 1938. And this is important, and I put it up here. This appears in the larger Odyssey because I think it explains the philosophy that Kazantzakis is after. In Book 15, the big Odyssey is also divided into 24 parts. In Book 15, there is this particular quotation about a pear tree, which says, "A wild, twisted pear tree blossomed in the sun. All year she fought the elements with gallant spite, the rain, the frost, the whirlwinds, and the cankering worm. Yet in her bark had slowly spun her pears with patience until she trembled like a bride and broke into flower. Joy filled the pear-drenched mind of the quick-tempered man, and for long hours until the evening shadows fell, he admired his far victorious sister wedged in rock, who took what fate had given, water, soil, and stone, and stubbornly in sun turned all to subtle flower." And that's what he's basically trying to do in the Odyssey. That's what he's saying about fate. That man has a fate that you can't do anything about. It's kind of pessimistic fate, but you have to struggle. And through your struggle, you can even win over fate, till you can get rid of all the senses and come to complete freedom. It's a Nietzsche philosophy, actually. It's a pessimistic philosophy. It's a nihilistic philosophy that he has, but he tries to show this through these works. Now, the small book, the play, hasn't reached that point yet. It's still a Homeric Odysseus that we're talking about, but you can begin to see the change that's occurring in that Odysseus. He's trying to shed himself of his past, which is a very sensual past. When he talks about Circe and Calypso and all his adventures, there are things that he wants to push aside, to leave aside, and find some kind of freedom. So what he wants to do is to deny Aphrodite, who has taken over his palace, and rekindle the flame of Athena, which has been put out by the suitors, because they're now worshiping Aphrodite. And you see that throughout. And it's Aphrodite in the play that suggests the bow contest, not anyone else. And she suggests it because she wants Penelope to marry. She wants there to be a mate for the woman. She doesn't want the woman to be left alone. And she's forcing Penelope to make a choice. And since she's visited nightly by Aphrodite in dreams, etc., she has come to the point where she feels she has done without a man long enough and she needs somebody. So she's waiting for the contest, but she can blame Aphrodite. She says, the goddess calls and I obey. And so we're waiting for that to happen. Now, with this thing, there's another one that follows a few lines later where the pear tree responds to Odysseus. And I have that. The tree addresses Odysseus. How long shall I deign to guide you, fool? No matter how you boast, disdainful man, or strive to shake your yoke, you'll still plod, shackled, round and round man's threshing floor. Accept your fate with no false shame, and you'll surpass her. What else did you expect from the rank of herd of men? Their hearts are air skins, their brains mud, their loins manure, but yet I love them. And like the stench of earth, I know well how the spirit blooms, how God is shaped. What filth my black roots browse on in the darkest gloom. See how I milk the rock, suck up manure, and turn all into flowers with patience, with despair, with love, and how I stand firm in your path, a blossom pear. Behold me, take me for your model, start your work. And that's the final philosophy. In the Odyssey, one of the themes is to endure. The gods always say, if you can endure, the gods will help you. If you give up, they're not going to. And Odysseus is the man of endurance. He takes everything that comes out to him, that's given to him, and he endures till he reaches home and takes over. Here, the work is also to endure, but in a different sense. That you have to take what fate dishes out, and you have to struggle as much to get rid of all the body seeks and wants till you reach complete freedom. And that's where we're going with. But he uses, Kazantzakis uses different words that I have up here that's interesting. In the Odyssey, one of the main themes and words that is used throughout is the word Odysseia, or Aditi, up there in bold letters, capitals, which means excellence. Because in Homeric culture, the important thing is for a warrior, first of all, it's a warrior society at the time, and the most important thing is to try and achieve some kind of immortality, which is impossible for a mortal to achieve. So the only way immortality can be achieved for a mortal is to be remembered by the generations unborn, which will keep him alive in the minds of people. And in order to be remembered, you have to achieve great deeds, which means you have to excel in war, in battle. And in every chapter of the Iliad and the Odyssey, we have a book dedicated to the Odysseia, which means the excellence of the particular warrior that is being given emphasis in that particular book. And that is how many people, how many of the enemy they kill, how they kill them. That gives them excellence, because once you kill a warrior in battle, you receive whatever that warrior has to give. That might be gold, might be his spears. That's called yenis. That means material things. And depending how much material you have accumulated, shows your worth. So the more material you have, the more gold you have, the greater you are, the greater your fame. That's why in the Odyssey, when Odysseus is coming home, he has amassed great wealth from the 10 years he has been fighting in Troy. That is, he has slaves, he has all kinds of things. But during his journey, which takes another 10 years, he loses it all. Now he finally lands on Phaeacia, on this island, where he meets the Phaeacian king, who is going to send him home finally, but he has nothing. And if he were to return to Ithaca of nothing, he has no fame. He's nobody. So it just so happens that the Phaeacian king is very wealthy, and it's the custom of a host to give something to their guests, and this king gives him 3 times the wealth that he had originally bringing back. So you have to find a way in the story of loading him up this way to show that he's a great warrior. So he does reach home with a whole pile of gold, which they pile in Ithaca when he lands, and that's where he meets Athena as a shepherd, whom he mistakes as someone that wants to rob him. And then there's all kinds of things going on. But the emphasis on aristia is very important, excellence. The phrase that is used most often in both epics is the best of the Achaeans. Who is the best of the Achaeans? Which means who is the best of the Greek warriors. And first you look at Achilles, then you look at Diomedes, then you look at Agamemnon, Menelaus, Hector, etc. We go through all of them, and there's a book dedicated to each of these men showing what they do, how they fight, etc. When you come to Kazantzakis in his book, that word aristia becomes andria, which means manliness. And it's not what you do to show your excellence, but how you look at your fate. That's the manliness. In English, it's usually referred to as the Cretan glance. And there's even a book called just that, The Cretan Glance, that talks about all this. So this Andria is developed through this play. It begins in this play, but it really doesn't come out till you read the larger Odyssey. And that's where he puts the emphasis, trying to explain what this manliness is, how you handle fate, what do you do with your fate. And you know from the beginning that fate is against you, but you have to fight it. And the way you fight it shows your manliness. So that's basically what you have in the play that Kazantzakis begins to develop till years later in the Odyssey you reach this thing. And at the very end of the big Odyssey is that you shed everything that has to do with bodily needs, and you become pure spirit. But it still ends on a very pessimistic note, because one of the famous quotations in the Odyssey that summarizes this is, we are born from an abyss. We end up in an abyss. And in between, we call it life. That's pretty pessimistic and nihilistic. So, in reading the play, what we begin to see is how Odysseus changes. You notice when he comes back, when he first returns, he is talking about his past experiences. This is in the play. And what he's saying throughout that first initial speech is how he has shed his interest in the sensual. and that he was very much for it, and he is no more. And he's the enemy of Aphrodite. And throughout the play, he works it so that he can bring Athena back into power, whom I said her flame on her altar has been erased, done away with. Now, this is another piece of how Kazantzakis reaches this philosophy. He says that his purpose in the play is to reconcile the luminous and dark forces which exist in a state of war today and attempt to divine the future harmony, how to bring these things together and reach some kind of harmony. And he claims that there are three ways, there are three steps that one must take or could take to reach this. The first one, which he rejects outright, is the way of flight, which means the way of the imagination, to imagine the story, to write the story. He rejects that. It's the other two that work. The way of disintegration. That's what he uses in the play. And that means to break down our beliefs and our interests in the senses to kind of come to an understanding of what is soul. That's the way of disintegration, to disintegrate our beliefs so that we can come to something beyond that. And the final stage is integration, how you integrate all of this to become pure soul. And the final thing is freedom, which really is not that much of a freedom either, but you divorce yourself from anything. He's always in search of not who is God, but what is God. That's another way of looking at it. He's always searching for this. And all of this begins in this play, but it hasn't resolved itself. So you don't see it as much in the play as you do when you finally reach 1938 and you start looking at the epic, which gets quite confusing, but because it's mostly philosophical, and where he tries to tie in all the modern ideas of the 20th century, existentialism and surrealism and all other movements, because Odysseus leaves Ithaca finally, the moment he kills the suitors, he leaves Ithaca and he tries to find meaning by going throughout the world and questioning. The first thing he does, he decides if he fought for Helen for 10 years, he deserves her, so he goes and abducts her and takes her for himself. And then follows that throughout and comes through various philosophies. He meets Buddha, he meets Christ, he meets Nietzsche, he meets another philosopher that he was very interested in called Henry Bergson. So it becomes more philosophical than just a narrative, a story. So that's what we have, and that's what this play is about. Now I'm going to stop for questions so I can elaborate on anything you might want. This is just a very brief summary. So, my friend, yeah.
I seem to like to lead the pack.
That's good.
Kostas, one of the things that I couldn't figure out or make sense of is why the recognition is delayed. Kazantzakis delays the recognition so much. I mean, the only early recognition is early when early stages of his visit to the palace. His dog recognizes him. What does he do? He kills the dog.
Yeah, that's another interesting part, yeah.
So what role does in the change of the whole recognition factor play? Why is that done?
I'm not quite sure. I think, though, that first he's being very ironic and sarcastic throughout, more so than in Homer, because he's constantly telling them who he is, but in a way that they're going to take him as a fool. At the beginning, he says the first words out of his mouth when he comes to back to Ithaca is, "I am Odysseus." That's how he starts out. And that's because he hears the maids who are doing their work, thinking of what if Odysseus will return since his 20 years are up on the following day. And they're talking what would happen and all. So when the beggar comes in and hears it, says, "I am Odysseus." But the way he says it, they take him as a fool. And then he goes on to agree with them. The part with the dog, Argos, in the Odyssey is a very touching scene because it's the first living thing that recognizes him, and the dog has been waiting 20 years for his master. The dog has been abused, which is a symbol of the abuse that has been going on in Ithaca all these years. And the moment the dog sees him, wags his tail, and dies. And Odysseus recognizes him and turns his face and sheds a tear, according to Homer. In the play, when the dog stands up or recognizes him, Odysseus chokes him to death. So he won't give him away. So I guess he's trying to remain incognito till he can get to what he needs to do to get rid of the suitors. He doesn't want any recognition from anybody. And also, there's the idea that recognition should come from him saying who he is. Those that count should recognize him when they come of age to know, like the comment I made when Telemachus says, "I've had enough of this nonsense, I have to take over." That's the point where Odysseus says, "Now you're ready. Now if you haven't recognized your father yet, you never will, because your father is in you." So it's not a question of him saying, "I'm Odysseus." You have to be able to stand up on your own. The father is in the son. And it's not that Telemachus does what he does because he recognizes the father, it's because he comes of age. So I think it's something like that, that the author is trying to emphasize. Gail?
In the original Homer version, does Odysseus leave?
Is what?
Does Odysseus leave after he kills all the suitors?
No.
What's
Odysseus,
the point of killing all the suitors if he doesn't kill
because the suitors want to take over his palace and they want to marry the wife only because they want to take over the palace. Remember that Penelope by now is a middle-aged woman. It's 20 years later, and let's assume they were in their 20s even. Telemachus was a child, a baby, so he's about 20 years old now. She's probably over 40, and most of the men that are vying for her interests are much younger than she is. As a matter of fact, Telemachus says to the main, in Homer, Telemachus says to the main suitor, Antinous, "I remember playing with you." So he has to be maybe 30 or in his late 20s. And they want to marry Penelope, not out of love or because they want the palace. And in order to get this, he has to get rid of them. Now, once he gets rid of them, then there's the problem of the relatives. What are they going to do? And the very last books of Homer's Odyssey have to do with that, with the relatives. They must have heard of the slaughter going on, although Odysseus claims that a wedding is going on. He covers it up that way. But the relatives do learn about this. So in the very last book, after everybody has been killed, after he has revealed himself to his wife, and they get together again, he goes to his father, who is retired at a farm, Laertes. And there he plots for the relatives of the suitors who will follow. And they do follow a day later. So along with his father, his son, and the person taking care of the farm, who is someone that's close to him, close to Odysseus, they stand off, the relatives. And the moment they begin to fight, there's a thunderbolt from Zeus that says to Athena, who is there, stop this, no more war. And Athena goes up to Odysseus and says, you have to stop the battle here. You cannot fight anymore. Zeus demands it. Everybody go home. And everybody goes home. And that's the end of the Odyssey. Steve?
A simple question.
Yeah.
This man comes home, if he announces who he is and people recognized him, would he not have had supporters? Was it actually necessary to kill all of these people?
He has some supporters, but a new generation has taken over. Most of the supporters, like Mentor, who was the man that was supposed to be taking care of his estate, are old by now. And it's this new generation that wants to take over the kingdom. So he doesn't have all that many supporters. That's why he wants to do everything in secret, remain a beggar to the last moment, bolt the doors, as they do at the very end, kill the suitors, pretend while they're cleaning up the blood and the gore, pretend that there's a wedding going on, so people from the outside won't know what's going on. And after a day or so, when he visits the farm, then things pick up and the suitors, the relatives follow.
So it's
To do
essentially a
away.
way of reestablishing his power.
Yeah, and then as the myth goes, he gets bored and he leaves, but Homer stops before that. John?
But I thought in response to Athena's role, I thought Mentor was Athena, wasn't Mentor Athena?
Gods never appear as themselves. They have to come to people in the guise of somebody else. So many times she takes the form of Mentor, other times she takes the form of somebody else, because if they appear in their true form, just like in the Old Testament, you burn up. And that's what happens with Athena when Zeus meets Athena's mother, who was Metis, which means the mind. She has him promise that, all right, you had your way with me, now I want to see who you are. And he says, you don't want to go there. But she insists. So he appears to her, she burns to a crisp, and the moment she starts to burn, he swallows her whole, and then from his head pops Athena, with whom she was pregnant. So that's what happens with the gods. Yes, Barbara?
Why does Zeus wait so late in the story why doesn't he prevent the destruction of the people who are trying to wed
The suitors.
Yeah, the suitors.
Because according to the gods, they have to stay out of human affairs as much as possible. I mean, he keeps telling the other gods, like Apollo and Athena and Ares, who is the god of war, don't interfere. Let them take care of their own business. They're just spectators.
It would shorten the story too.
Yeah, so it would. So that's the reason they have to come to their own realization.
I'm curious about how this rewrite of the original Homer's Odyssey became accepted in Greek society, in children's books and things. Why was it necessary to rewrite and reorient that from the original?
Yeah, it's not so much as rewriting as, in most cases, it's continuing. Like Alfred Lord Tennyson wrote the famous poem Ulysses, where he uses Ulysses as a symbol to describe something that is more contemporary about man. That's why James Joyce wrote the novel Ulysses, where he uses a contemporary character, Leopold Bloom, as a symbol of what has happened to man in 20th century. He's gone from an epic hero to a pathetic little character who has to leave the house so his wife can have an affair with her singing instructor, and he can come back.
Is the language more accessible of the continuations compared to the original?
No, the original became so famous, the story that everybody knows, that writers used it for their own purposes, to continue the story, to make comments on their own age. Dante does the same in the Inferno. He uses Ulysses, Odysseus, as a man who belongs very deep in hell because of what he did, of his lies. But Homer uses those lies. At the time that Homer is using Odysseus' lies, it's a positive thing, because it's a way of showing how he uses his mind. How else can you get by the Cyclops, who is 60 feet tall? Weapons don't help anymore. And it also shows you the transition between a warrior society in the Iliad and coming to another, a more advanced society, where you're saying that weapons don't always solve everything. You have to use your mind along with them. And in the Odyssey, which comes after the Iliad, you begin to see this. Odysseus has all those weapons that he's bringing from Troy, but they don't work with the Laestrygonians, the giants. They don't work with the sorceress Circe and Calypso. You need other things, and the other things are the mind. And the mind is shown through the kind of stories that he's able to create to escape from those difficulties. But in later times now, after the Odyssey, those stories become lies. And in a civilized society where you're dealing with other people rather than giants, they don't work as well. They become negative. So other writers write stories that show this. It's a way of using something known to talk about something new. Linda?
No, now that you mention that, the great contemporary of Kazantzakis also found his home with Ulysses. And the fact that both of them wrote massive works, pulling that figure from the ancient times, was always surprising to me. I mean, we had alternatives, but it was Ulysses that they landed on.
Yeah, those are the two largest and most important works in the 20th century, Joyce's Ulysses and Kazantzakis' Odyssey, that use the myth of Odysseus. But it's, if you were to count the authors that have used this myth in poetry and all, it's huge. It's in poetry, it's in the novel, it's in various plays, where they use this symbol. The Nobel Prize winner, Derek Walcott, who won the prize, about 10, 15 years ago, for his book Homeros, which means Homer, where he sets Achilles and Odysseus in the Caribbean islands, where he's from. And that was a big, a new way of presenting, trying to talk about contemporary society. So he just becomes a symbol of every man. And they look at him in various ways from different angles.
I have another question.
Yeah.
I mean, I take it that you felt Penelope was a minor character, but I want to... Oh, hold on. How many more? That's it. But I take it that she is the new face, as Helen was the face that launched 1,000 ships, but she's the new face. She becomes the prize. She becomes that which is desired and cannibalized.
Where?
in Kazantzakis' Odyssey, and that she also is conflated with Aphrodite in that she becomes her alter ego. So, I mean, I see it as a much more central a factor, but of course, there's a gender identity for me here. So did you want to tell me why I'm wrong?
Penelope doesn't have much of a role in the play that we're concerned with. Her role is very small. She is a dupe of Aphrodite. She wants a man, and she can say that Aphrodite made me do it. She's really the one.
Oh, okay.
And she follows her.
I agree with Linda. I think she's much more representative and kind of speaks to modern women having needs and desires and not necessarily just when you're 20 that you want a man.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's exactly, she has desires.
That she's, supposedly she's being visited by Aphrodite.
Yeah.
Tell her it's okay, you've waited 20 years and you're still desirable. And I think that's a message to all women.
But it's interesting that in the play, when Aphrodite says all these things, it's Penelope saying Aphrodite says those things. It's not Aphrodite saying it. It's Penelope speaking, says, I saw her in my dream, and she said to me, go take the bow down and let whoever bends it be your new husband. Well, did she really? Did she dream it? Did she say this? That's how he complicates, the author complicates the situation, and that's what Homer does too. Why does Odysseus, in those books from 9 to 12, tell his own adventures? Whereas the rest of the Odyssey is told through a narrator. That is, Homer is telling us the story. But when you come to Odysseus telling his adventures, he has Odysseus tell his adventures. So that brings up the question, is he doing it for gain, or is he really telling the truth? Did all those things happen the way he says they happened? Because in each case, you notice that he comes out as the hero of the situation. He kills the Cyclops, he gets away from the Lastrygonians, he does what he does with Calypso and Circe. It's always, he's on top of those things. So it leaves that open for discussion, and that's what makes the story interesting, because it leaves these things open. Kazantzakis tries to do the same thing when it comes to Penelope. Everything she tells us about the goddess saying to her comes from her own mouth, from Penelope's mouth, not Aphrodite. So it's something to talk about, to discuss. I mean, that's why these things are interesting, because they're written that way. Any other comments? Yes, Charlotte?
I think there has to be some reason why he comes back as a beggar, where as a successful warrior that he apparently was and had a pile of riches, he deliberately chooses not to reveal that. And what does that say about the society who receives him and dismisses him because he's a beggar?
He's using his mind again. There are 108 suitors. They're all warriors. They're all princes, not only from Ithaca, but from all the surrounding kingdoms surrounding Ithaca. And they all want a piece of the action. They all want this rich kingdom, which is Ithaca. And the only way to get it is to marry the queen. So they have to get rid of the son, who will inherit the kingdom, and they have to get the queen. So they decide that she can select from among them, because otherwise a battle will break out between them, the suitors. So they all decide, okay, we'll let her choose, but she has to choose one of us. Now, when Odysseus comes back, he says it much. At one point, Telemachus in Homer says, how can we, just you and I, take care of 108 princes who have their own armies, who have their own men, etc.? It has to be done on the sly. So he decides, after he sizes everybody up, that the best way is to set up a contest where everybody has a chance. Whoever wins will get the woman. They have a chance to do it. He's not saying, and the beggar, being a beggar, cannot take part. But at the very end, after everybody has tried to bend the bow and they can't, somebody suggests in jest, one of his own people, let the beggar try. It'll be fun. You can laugh a little at him. But the moment he gets it in his hands, he bends it and shoots the first arrow at Antinous, who is the main suitor, kills him, and then he exhausts his arrows, killing people. In the meantime, they've taken all the weapons away from the walls where they appear and put them away. He had his Eumaeus, the shepherd, and another good shepherd, a goat herd, put them away. So the suitors are left without weapons, and he just systematically kills them all, so he won't meet any resistance. That's in Homer.
What about all the women who were sent upstairs?
The women early on were, Telemachus done this, says, take the women and don't open the doors, just stay behind till we tell you to come out. And he has the older woman, Euryclea, who was Odysseus' nana when he was young, tell him who has been faithful as a maid. 10 of them were not faithful. They were making out with the suitors. So he has those 10 hung.
What was wrong with that? They're just being women.
That's what Margaret Atwood in her novel called Penelopead makes a case. Why did he kill those women? He was wrong in doing it. But that's a feminist viewpoint. Homer and the classical period that we're talking about is a patriarchal society. Women have no part in it whatsoever. So they don't count in the Iliad and the Odyssey, unfortunately. But later on, that's when people want to extend the story. People say, well, why? What's wrong with this? And they take up the women and they talk about the women. Even the professor from U of P, Emily Wilson, who recently translated the Odyssey, takes a feminist point of view and kind of, she can't change what Homer says, but she can insinuate certain things, as she does, to emphasize the women a little more. So that's why you have to watch what translations you read. Anything else? Okay, well, next time we're going to read the first part of the play and just go through the readings, the characters, and say more about these, each one, why they do this, etc., leading up to our second phase of this project, which is I guess I can't get it back up. Oh. Here. The second, which is a workshop, where Linda is using some tapes from Shakespeare's, what is it, a workshop on Shakespeare?
The Royal Shakespeare Company's workshops, yeah.
Tapes, where the director of that, Barton is his name, right?
Mm-hmm.
Barton takes certain passages and kind of analyzes them and reads them, and we want to do the same with taking passages from the Odyssey, a tragedy, and trying to read them in various ways, and you get different meanings by the way that you look at them and read them. And that will eventually lead to the third part in May, where we can stage this in the auditorium and do a reading. So anybody ready to be an Odysseus, please be present, or a Penelope, or a Telemachus. We've cut down, we produced a script from the play. The play is about 150 pages, but the script is only 40 pages. And we cut down the characters to 7, I think, 7 characters. So there will be a reading with 7 people reading the different parts, which gives a view of the entire play with selected passages. Okay? That's it. Thank you.
Does anyone have a little horn at home that I can borrow right now, like a tutor? We're doing a play reading at 1 o'clock and we need a bugle, but I don't expect to have a bugle. Does anyone have a little horn, and a New Year's Day horn I can borrow?
Pretend,
All
John.
right.
Pretend, just go.
Okay, Gordon will be charged of that.
I guess we can start.
Yeah, I am.
I thought since we're reading the play that a seminar style would be more appropriate to reading and analyzing the play. And the play is in 2 parts, and I thought one part would be today and the second part next time, but the second part is much shorter, and the first part is long. So we probably will stop somewhere in the middle and do the rest next week. Besides, there are kind of preliminary things to say before we really look at the play. I'm not sure.
Could we introduce ourselves?
Oh, sure thing.
We know everybody except.
Should I start? I'm Kostas.
I'm Richard Newman.
I'm Jody Thompson. I'm on the priority list, first time here.
Penny Chase.
Nancy Hears, Jeannie Belovitz,
Ken Abbott.
Gail Morse. Linda Cuthbert.
Linda Cuthbert. Okay.
Tim Johnson.
Bob Harwood.
Ann Hill.
Nancy Johnson.
No, he doesn't.
I'm not here.
That's not Don Griffin.
Oh, who's up?
Linda.
Linda.
Yeah.
Linda Myrsiades. Sue DeVere.
I'm Julie. Carol Holland.
John Mulvihill.
Okay. So I noticed that you're holding the Odyssey, so I should explain what we're really discussing, although how it pertains to the Odyssey is this play, which, as I said, is in 2 parts, which is based on the Odyssey. This play is based only 1/3 of the Odyssey, from books 13 to 21. Actually, it stops at the end of book 21 of Homer. So it takes up only about 37% of the Odyssey. And it is interesting and probably important to see what Homer leaves out and why he leaves it out and what he includes. So as we're going through, I'm going to talk about that, because you can understand the play a lot better if you see what he's trying to do. So let me just start and say just a few preliminary things. Eventually, from this play, Linda and I wrote a script. The play is about 150 pages. The script that will eventually be put on stage as a reading vehicle is only 40 pages. And it only has 7 characters from the I don't remember how many I counted, let me see. The actual play has a lot more. I think it's something like 26 if you count all the people that are involved, although some don't have much to say. So we cut it down to 7 characters. So the script, which you'll see eventually when we get there, is much shorter. But this is the entire play that Kazantzakis wrote and is now here translated in English.
By Kostas.
Yeah, by me. It's in 2, as I said, in 2 parts, and the emphasis on the play, if you're reading it, you'll see that the first part, the emphasis is on Aphrodite, which is not the case in Homer. The second part, the emphasis is on the goddess Athena. And that's very crucial, because what is being shown is that Ithaca, this is the return of Odysseus. I guess I have to backtrack a bit. The return of Odysseus after 20-year absence, fighting 10 years in the Trojan War and 10 years trying to get home. So after 20 years he comes to Ithaca, and he finds that the place is in chaos and he has to put it back in order. And to do that, he has to deal with 109 suitors that have been after his wife for the past 3 years, not the past 20 years. They just decided in the past 3 years that Odysseus has been absent long enough, which means he's probably dead and he will not return. And so they're trying now to take over the kingdom. The only way they can do that is to marry the queen and get rid of the young son, who is already about 20 years old and should be the heir to the kingdom. So they're in Homer, they're trying to do both of those things. They're after Penelope, and they want to get rid of Telemachus. Twice the age of any of the suitors, because we're told throughout that they were playmates of her son Telemachus, who is about 20 now. So it's obvious that they're just interested in taking over the kingdom. In the past 3 years, in Homer, she's been trying to put the suitors off by weaving a shroud for her father-in-law, who is old and is no longer active in politics, and is at death's door. So she wants to do the right thing, but she's also doing it in order to put off the suitors from bothering her, till some maid discovers what she's doing, weaving in the day, unweaving in the evening, and then starting over again. They tell on her, and now when the Odyssey opens, Homer's Odyssey, the suitors are after her to make up her mind. And in order to prevent a battle between the 109 suitors, they have decided to let her make a choice. And they all agree that whomever she selects, they'll abide by, they'll allow it. But she must select somebody. So in Homer, she's a very faithful wife. She's been waiting 20 years. Just before Odysseus left for Troy, he said, once our son sprouts a beard, you are free to remarry, because by that time you'll know I won't return. Well, Telemachus is now an adult, and so she's willing to make the choice. In Homer, she doesn't really want any of the suitors. There is one kind suitor who does not appear in the play that she favors. And she hopes that if she has to have anybody, perhaps he will be the one. Kazantzakis doesn't deal with him at all. Instead, he makes Eurynomus the second in command among the suitors as the one that she desires. But in Homer, he's a very sinister person who tells her that he'll make sure that the son is safe, not to worry, and he's the one that behind the scenes is trying to get him killed. So those things change somewhat. The return in the Odyssey begins with Odysseus coming back as a beggar to Ithaca and coming and meeting a shepherd who is actually the goddess Athena in disguise. And he lies to her, gives her a long story about who he is because he wants to preserve his wealth that he has brought along with him. And in Greek culture at the time, a person's worth is what he attains in battle, how good he is. It's called aristia, or excellence. And you'll notice that if you've read the Iliad and the Odyssey, or the Odyssey, that the emphasis is always on aristia, which means the excellence of the warrior. And the excellence of the warrior is measured by the feats, the deeds he accomplishes in battle. And in order for people to know the worth of those deeds, is measured by the wealth he's given. So there are three terms that are very important in the Homeric epics. It's aristia, which means excellent. It's the word kleos, K-L-E-O-S, which means honor. And the word geras, G-E-R-A-S, which means material wealth. And they all go together. One's greatness, aristia, is shown by his deeds, which in turn are shown by the amount of wealth he has received. That's why throughout the epic, there's exchange of gifts, always. And you measure one's worth by how good or not so worthy are the deeds. So Odysseus loses everything in his 10 years coming home. He comes home naked, and he's almost at the point of dying till he's rescued by a young girl called Nausicaa and taken to her father, who is the king of the area, and they give him hospitality, another key word in the Homeric epics. Hospitality is important because the only way Greece could become an economic power was to be able to move from one place to the other, since it's surrounded by sea on all three sides, and they had to be able to do it without being afraid of being killed, not received. So hospitality became a major gift, a major idea under Zeus. Zeus was called Zeus Xenios, which means Zeus of hospitality. And even today, the hotels are still called Xenia, which means hospitality. So hospitality was important. You could go anywhere, knock on any door, and the law said that you had to be received without ever asking who the person knocking on your door is. They could be a thief, they could be a murderer. You don't ask questions. But the guest had also to abide by the law, and the guest could not harm anyone while he was in someone's home. So hospitality was very big. Remember, there are no hotels yet, there are no motels. So the only way they could travel, and they had to travel by ship, by rowboats, and they had to stop in the evening. They couldn't sail at night, so they had to stop at various places. So that became very important. That's why the whole myth in the Iliad and the Odyssey is the abduction of Helen of Troy. If someone can abduct someone so high up on the political scale like Helen, what happens to everyone below that? So they had to find a way of punishing whoever did this, because you're breaking the laws of hospitality at Zeus. That's pretty much what happens with Homer. He's concerned with those things. Kazantzakis is not. He brings the story up to the present time and is more interested in what does it mean to be a warrior, or what is aristia, and he reinterprets this in various ways. I think I mentioned last time that his word for aristia becomes andria, which means manliness. And in English, they always refer to it as the Cretan glance in books, in scholarly books. That the idea of excellence is the kind of man one is, not the deeds that he performs in battle, but what he is as a person, how he behaves. And that's pretty much what you have here. So the two-part play called Odysseus, the play is called Odysseus, not the Odyssey, because Kazantzakis also wrote a work after this play called The Odyssey, where he continues the story of Homer from where Homer leaves off. Here, he takes books 13 to 21 and reinterprets it so that the first part, in order to show chaos for Kazantzakis, becomes Aphrodite, which is sensuality, which is goddess of the senses, who is the goddess of love. So what he's saying, that reason has disappeared while Odysseus is gone. Athena is reason, she's the goddess of wisdom, and Aphrodite has taken over. Sensuality, the senses, the needs of the body, and that's what you see in the first part. And we're told that the flame on the altar of Athena, which was always lit while Odysseus was home, has gone out. And at the very end of the play, you'll notice that the flame miraculously starts up again. So reason is taking over. So the second part, Athena enters the scene. Reason enters the scene. And Odysseus is reason. Although during his trips, he allowed himself to fall into sensuality. That Circe, Calypso, all the affairs he had along the way, and he liked it, but he's also now is telling us that that's not the way, and he's trying to fight against sensuality. And that's what he says in the first part when he first comes in as a beggar and they ask him, "Who are you? What are you doing?" He makes up stories which relate to his adventures, but they're disguised to show that he once too was a man that sought sensuality, but he has learned differently, and he's trying to rise to a different level. And Kazantzakis' philosophy is that a man or a human being has to endure, to put up with everything that fate dishes out for one, fight against the body and its demands, to kind of reach a spiritual state, which is reason. And once you reach spiritual state, then you're free of everything, including God. And another question he tries to answer throughout is, what is God? Not who is God, but what is God? And he fights against this. And he finally, although it doesn't come out in this play as much as in later works in the Odyssey, God for him is nothingness. And if you can get rid of the body and reach a spiritual state, at the end of that, you will see that you have come to nothingness, and then you have complete freedom, which is a Nietzschean idea. When he was in school, he wrote a dissertation, a PhD dissertation on Nietzsche. And that was a philosophy that always stayed with him. One of his famous quotes that I quoted last time and this time is, we come from an abyss, we end up in an abyss, and in between we call it life. That's what he's basically saying. So he's trying to bring this out. This was written in 1922, and he decided to write a play on Odysseus after having read a German playwright, Gerhard Hauptmann, who wrote a famous play in 1914 called The Bow of Ulysses, who did pretty much the same thing as he's doing in this play. That play was in 5 acts, it's a much bigger, but the whole idea is the kind of things I'm saying here. He was taken by this play, and he decided to write his own and dedicate it to Hauptmann. He wrote it, he never dedicated it to Hauptmann. He thought he would, but some reason he didn't. All of these things are in his letters. He left copious letters to his first wife. He was married twice. And as he was doing these things, he would write to his wife, who was never with him. Neither wife was with him. He was married twice, but had very little to do with either of them. And he never stayed in Greece. He was born in Crete. He left for Germany. He traveled all around the world. He's written many travel books of almost every country you can think of. He has a book on Israel, on Portugal, on Spain, on Greece, on Russia, on Japan, and there's some that I'm leaving out.
Israel doesn't exist.
He has one called something about Israel.
It should exist.
Maybe he
It
did. He started writing the travel books and the novels in 1957.
Oh,
He started out as a poet in 1922. This is one of the first. From this kind of verse tragedy, he went then to pure poetry. In 1938, he wrote The Odyssey, a modern sequel, which is a huge 800-page poem. And then, in order to survive and make money, he started to write novels. Zorba the Greek, The Last Temptation of Christ, The Greek Passion, and he thought those were just exercises for him. His main interest was in the poetry, especially the Odyssey, which followed him throughout his life. He died in Germany. He was born in Crete, and he never really went back because he was also someone that wanted to kind of look over the Greek language. He thought there were a lot of things wrong. For example, he hated double consonants. So Odysseus, which is spelled O-D-Y-S-S-E-U-S, his play is O-D-Y-S-E-U-S, Odysseus. He hated the accents. The Greek has 5 accents: a grave, acute, a circumflex, rough breathing. The other one is called, I don't know, smooth breathing or something. He did away with all. He thought the only one you need is the one where you have to stress the syllable. So he kept one. Well, that did not endear him to the linguists. So he was never appreciated. And the Odyssey he wrote, he used, first of all, these things that he did with the language, but he also used Cretan dialect. And Greece has many dialects, and if you're from one place, you can't really understand very well people from another. I had that problem myself. The first time I went to Athens, nobody really understood what I wanted to say because my dialect was Samian, and the taxi driver would say, "Do you know where you are now?" in front of the door, and I would say, "Ba." He says, "You still don't know? There's a woman waiting for you there." I said, "Ba." Well, evidently, ba in Athens means no, but in my dialect it means yes. So that was one example. So Kazantzakis had that. He really did not come into his own as a major world writer till he was translated into English by Kim and Fryer. That was 1958. So from 1922 to 1958, neither Greek nor anyone else really knew much about him. So that's the background. So when we start with the first part here, you notice that even in the settings, he tries to make things contemporary. He says we're in front of the Ithacan shore, adjoining the sea, and Aphrodite's chapel is there. He doesn't say temple, and that's important. He uses the word chapel. So he's associating Aphrodite as a goddess, just like a contemporary saint. And most of the major churches in Greece are built over temples of Artemis or Aphrodite, especially the Virgin Mary's temple. One of the largest churches in Athens is built on top of the temple of Artemis. Artemis was the goddess who was the most guarded of her virginity. So that's why the Virgin Mary is usually built on top of the temples of Artemis. There were 3 virgin goddesses. Athena was a second, but Artemis was the most guarded of her virginity. If anyone ever saw her bathing or naked, they would turn into a bear or they would be turned into something else. The famous myth of Callisto, which happens to be the North Star today, because Zeus put her up there as the North Star, Ursa Minor. Anyway, so that's important to look at how things are always changed to show that it's a contemporary story. It starts out with a group of maids, which is not the case in Kazantzakis, in Homer again. Here we have, I think, about 6 maids. Melantho, who is the very bad maid in the Odyssey. She's the one that tells on Odysseus, on Penelope's weaving trick. She's the one that has affairs with the suitors, and she doesn't want to see Odysseus return. And then he makes up some names. Vigla, Chloe, Gorgo, Eriphale, Leucothea, all those are made up names of maids who are milling around, carrying water, and talking about the possible return of Odysseus, because the story opens 20 years after Odysseus' absence, and the following day is supposed to be the anniversary of those 20 years. So even though they all believe that he'll never return, it's been too long, in the back of their minds they're thinking of the prophecy that says that Odysseus will return in the 20th year. And so they're discussing among themselves. They're upset because all these maids are young girls. They might not even really remember the original Odysseus. But among them, there is an older woman maid, Vigla, V-I-G-L-A, who is actually spying for the suitors. But they don't know that. Well, they have an idea that she's doing it. And they're arguing with her, saying, why are you talking about Odysseus coming back? He's dead, he's not gonna come, we don't want him. They're having fun, being free in the palace, making love to the suitors. And it's interesting the way they talk about these things. Well, we're not gonna read all this, but right at the beginning on the second place, this Vigla says, Floozies, what's your hurry? You annoy the entire seashore with your moaning, which keeps me sleepless all night long. They're lovemaking. And another of the maids says, just because your wilted body and your once firm but now sagging breasts can't find a man to harvest your dried up bosom, you enjoyed your youth lying atop goat-footed Pan's woolly, frizzy hair belly, as the caves about reverberated with your wild, erotic screams. Now we're the ones ripe for picking. It's our turn to frolic with men. So you see the argument, and it's all sensuality. It's all brings to mind Aphrodite, who is pushing for this kind of thing in order to take over from Athena, who is reason, and that's why Athena's temple fire is out. Aphrodite is in control. Sensuality is in control. And that's what's going as the play opens. Odysseus should appear now in the 20th year. In Homer, at the beginning, Odysseus appears and he meets Athena in disguise, and she turns him into a beggar, and she makes sure that his wealth is in a safe place in a cave, and then she tells him to go to his swineherd's hut. He is the most honest of the three shepherds. There are three shepherds in the Odyssey. One is a swineherd, that's Eumaeus. One is a goat herd, that's Philotios. He's also a good one. And one is, the goat herd is not he's the cow herd. He is after the cows. The goat herd, Melanthios, is the bad one. He's on the side of the suitors. And these shepherds, their job is to provide meat for the suitors, which of course is exhausting Odysseus' wealth. Everything has to do with wealth. So that's how that opens. And Odysseus goes to Eumaeus, where he stays there for books 13, 14, 15, 16, till his son comes and meets him. And then in book 17, 18, 19, the beggar goes to the palace to size up the suitors in disguise. And then in 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, he gets rid of the suitors and puts his house in order, and the epic ends. Not so here. Everything changes. The recognition changes, which is significant. Why are recognitions different? That means at what point does Telemachus recognize his father? In the Odyssey, the father is recognized in book 16 in Eumaeus' hut. At the beginning of the Odyssey, Telemachus the son is away. He has gone to overseas, not overseas, in other parts of Greece to find out if his father might return or might be dead. And he tries to go to those warriors who fought with him in Troy and did return alive. Two of them did return. Menelaus, the husband of Helen, and Nestor, the wise king of another section. They came back safe and sound. So Telemachus thinks that by going to these people and asking questions, they can tell him something about his father. He goes to Nestor first. Nestor says, I haven't heard a thing, but you should visit Menelaus, who recently came back from Troy. He had problems getting back too. It took him 7 years to get back. It took Odysseus the 10 years to come back. But he's back, and he should know something probably. So Telemachus goes to Menelaus. There he meets Helen for the first time. And they host him, they're very nice to him, they tell him what they know about him, and they do know a few things about him. And it's time, he's been away a month, and it's time to come back. So when Odysseus comes to Ithaca, Athena says, now you go to Eumaeus' hut, and I will go retrieve your son and tell him it's time to come home. And since the son is also being sought after by the suitors, Athena says, don't go to your palace because they'll be waiting for you to kill you. Go straight to Eumaeus' hut. She has in mind she's going to get the father and son together so they will meet and they can strategize together. So that's where they meet. And at some point during that meeting, when Eumaeus goes out to feed his pigs, Athena all of a sudden changes Odysseus back to his original form. Telemachus is surprised. He thinks a god has metamorphosed before him, and he says, I'm your father. And finally convinces the son to recognize him, and together then they strategize what they're going to do to get rid of the 109 suitors. That doesn't happen in this play. In this play, you'll notice Odysseus keeps from telling his son who he is, because you say, if you're not old enough to realize the son in the father, to realize whose son you are, my telling you isn't going to do anything. And at some point in the play, the son says, I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm going home and I'm going to take care of the suitors. And it's at that point that Odysseus says, son, because he finally sees that his son has reached the age where he recognizes his responsibilities and doesn't need actually to know who the father is. So it changes that way throughout. That happens in the second part, where reason comes about. In the first part, we just have Odysseus talking with the maids who don't want him around, the young ones. The older ones do. There are two older maids, Euryclea, who used to be the woman that brought up Odysseus as a baby, and Eurynome, who was the maid that was there from the beginning. And Eurynome is actually Athena in disguise. So at the moment that the maids leave the scene, she shows herself to Odysseus, and he recognizes her, and along with reason then, eventually they'll take care of what's coming. So that's pretty much the way thing is. In Homer, Book 13, the emphasis is always on family and putting things in order. So when Odysseus leaves for Ithaca, it's always hospitality, prayer, and family. That's what they emphasize throughout. Okay, so let me go through here. Ask questions if you've read it, and if, as I'm going, because we can't look at everything.
I have a question.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
No, yeah. No, I'm just surprised that, having read the play, okay. So I'm waiting for a revelation of his identity, of Odysseus' identity, and instead I'm getting a test
Yeah.
of Telemachus's knowledge, understanding, manhood, etc. So is that what Kazantzakis is after? Focusing on the next generation and the readiness, because that's a form of war, more or less.
Yeah, I think in part one, Odysseus is always sarcastic and ironic. He's playing with them. He's letting them know at every second of the way, I am Odysseus, but in a way where they can't take it as truth. He's saying, I'm Odysseus. And then he says, Eumaeus asks him, who are you? Are you really Odysseus? He says, no, I'm Daedalus. And he gives this long story about Daedalus. But he says, I saw Odysseus. And then he gives another story. If you count the number of lies in the play, there are about 12 in the short play. Or in Kazantzakis, in Homer's Odyssey, there are the lies, but they're a different kind of lie, and that's important too. For Homer, a lie is the use of the mind, because you're now using the culture at the time that Homer is speaking, and the setting of the Odyssey is that you're dealing with monsters, semi-gods, and gods. You cannot use weapons against these creatures or whatever. They won't work. So what can you do? You have to use your mind. That's why Athena favors Odysseus. She only favors people that are like her, wisdom. She represents wisdom. So in modern terms, if we're saying Athena favors Odysseus, we're actually saying wisdom favors Odysseus. He's a smart guy. He's intelligent. And his intelligence comes out by the way he gets from under the situations he allows himself to get into. So when he meets the Cyclops, he knows he can't kill him. The sword won't do anything against a 60-foot giant. So he decides, what can I do? So he tricks him by telling him lies, by giving him undiluted wine. In Homeric times, the thing was that the wine had to be diluted with, I think it's 6 measures of water to 1 measure of wine, because it was very powerful. And when Odysseus comes to the cave of the Cyclops, he has bags of wine that he thought before going, I better be prepared for something unusual, that he was given as a present by a previous adventure. And so he tells the Cyclops, before you eat us, let me give you something that's Greek, some wine. And he drinks it and he likes it. He says, more. That's what Odysseus wants to hear. So he gets him drunk. And before that, he's giving him a lie of who he is. He makes up a story. So when he's asleep, drunk, he has his crew, the 12 men with him, take a stake, put it in the fire, and put out the giant's single eye. So now he can't see him. But they can't get out of the cave because there's a boulder that's so heavy that only the Cyclops can move. So what he decides then, using his mind, is to tie his companions that haven't been eaten. Half of them were eaten already, so he's left with 6. He has them tied under the belly of the sheep that the Cyclops has in his cave. And when the cave is open to let him out, the giant sits at the entrance touching his sheep, but he doesn't touch underneath where the companions are. And Odysseus himself just takes hold of the largest ram, the biggest one, and holds on to its wool under his belly, and he gets out free. So you see, it's constantly, the emphasis is on mind. And you see that in every case, with Circe, with Calypso, with the other giants, the Lastrygonians, with the Lotus Eaters. All those adventures have to do with what is he going to do to get out from that particular situation. So a lie for Homer is equated to the mind. But once you come to present time, or you come after Homer, let's say the 6th century, during the tragedies, where you're dealing with other human beings, that trickery is translated as negative. It's a lie. Because you're dealing with people then, all people. You've done away with monsters and all. But early on, lies are the mind. And so Kazantzakis, being in present time, has many lies, but he's being ironic, he's being sarcastic. He's showing that Odysseus has reached a much higher plateau in reasoning, in intelligence than the others, that he can fool anyone he wants. He says at one point, I can be a god if I want, or I act like a god. And as a matter of fact, in order to reach the level he wants to reach, he has to defeat God, the idea of God. He has to put him aside. Otherwise, he's never free. Freedom is to shed yourself of all of these ideas that keep you from being completely open yourself. There's at the very end, when he died and he was being buried, the the words that he uttered was, I don't remember now, it's on my t-shirt too. There are three things like, I fear no one, I believe in no one, I am free. Those are the three things that he said. And of course the Orthodox Church excommunicated him because he said that, and they refused to bury him. And the story goes that some shepherd from Crete came to the main city of Heraklion and lifted his body himself and placed it in the grave. So he didn't want anything to do with religion or anything else. Although he started out, the play that he wrote immediately following Odysseus is Christ, which was a few years later, because he saw Christ as a rebel who was trying to do the same kind of thing in a different way. So, well, getting back to the play. So we have Vigla then arguing against all these maids. On page 55 she says, "Heaven protect me, deliver me from these blockheads who jeer at me. But my cries fall on deaf ears. You laugh now, you floozies, but not one of you will escape when he's on the island. I know the cunning rogue he is. He's patient, evasive, and suddenly at the right moment, when you least expect it, he's on top of you. Then let earth part and swallow me, and you're free from care. Merciless will be the slaughter on your heads. If you run away, he'll still catch you, and lynch one after another in the courtyard. Your delicate little hands won't even have time to touch his knees in supplication." And there are all kinds of little things that he gets from Homer that if you haven't read Homer, it doesn't make as much sense when it says touching your knees in supplication. In Homer, the greeting of someone who might be a god, because you don't know when you come across a stranger whether it's a god or a person. What you have to do is put your left hand behind a person's knees and your right hand under the chin. That's the supplication, that's the greeting. The idea there is, if it's a god, a male god, they usually have a beard. You give it a little yank, because if Zeus bows, it's yes, and he cannot deny you that. So if you say, "Will you help me get home?" Oh, yes, he has to do it. The problem is, Odysseus meets young women like Nausicaa. So when he comes to that adventure, he's thinking, again the mind, what if she happens to be a human being and I touch her knees and I'm naked? She's going to think rape. So that's a very famous passage in Book 6 of the Odyssey, where he has to consider, how do I approach this person now? He's been traveling for 10 years. He hasn't seen a human being for all that time. He comes across this beautiful girl, which could be a naiad, semi-goddess, a human being, and she's standing firm. Everybody has run away, but she stands before him. So he thinks she could be a goddess, but I can't approach her as a goddess because she could be a human being. And it's a whole passage that goes through that you listen to his mind, trying to decide what to do. So finally he says, I think I'm going to have to use language. Now, what would a young girl want to hear more than anything else? And he begins, I hope that whoever marries you is this and that. Marriage is important. I hope that your mother and father love you for your beauty. If you are a god, pardon me for not touching you, but I'm mesmerized by your beauty. I can't move to touch you. You know, all kinds of lies that he comes up with. But it works, because by the end of the passage, this 16-year-old girl wants to marry him. And that's what happens throughout. So,
Can I interrupt?
but
you?
not, yes,
It seems like his lies are to get what he wants,
always.
always.
Yeah.
And he manufactures them
Yeah.
when he realizes what the possible outcomes of a
That's right.
certain situation would be.
And that's why what you just said is important, because I mentioned this last time, in books 9 to 12 in the Odyssey are the adventures that he tells to the king. The king asks him, "Who are you?" So he tells him, and that's how we know about the Cyclops. But it's the first time that Homer is using direct speech. Everything that is being said is through Odysseus's mouth, whereas the other part of the story, Homer narrates. So if we know Odysseus is a liar, that he uses lies, as you say, to get what he wants, why isn't he lying to this king who he expects to send him home? And not only send him home, remember, he's lost all of his wealth at this point. And by the end of his stay at Phaeacia, the kingdom of Elchinus, the name of the king, he is given 3 times as much wealth as he would have had he not lost what he won in Troy over a 10-year period. And all they did during those 10 years is raid villages, take slaves, accumulate wealth. So when the war is over, they can show something for themselves. He lost all of that, but Elchinus gives him 3 times that. Why? Well, he convinces him. So why isn't the Cyclops a lie or an embellishment? Doesn't have to be a complete lie, but he makes himself out as the hero. I did this, I did all. I took my companions and set them free from the lotus eaters. So he does embellish. And that's what makes the Odyssey interesting, because you have this direct speech. And you have to consider this. Who is the character saying this, and would this character say it in this way? But you don't have it here. Here, Kazantzakis emphasizes, as I said, irony most of the time, and the lies he tells also are interesting. When he says, "I am Daedalus," which doesn't happen in Homer. Why Daedalus? Well, Daedalus in myth is the man who designed the labyrinth. And he's also the man who created the wings that his son put on, flew too high, the sun melted them, and he fell to earth. So it's escape. He's the architect of escape. He designed the means of escaping. That's why he's Daedalus. Daedalus was also an inventor. And so there's a reason for selecting the lies he selects in here, which are different from the lies Homer uses, that Homer selects, because it tells something about the character as each of these writers see that character, as they want to see him. So once Bigla just said what I read on page 55, Melantho, the bad maid, the young maid, says, "I pray to you, Mistress Aphrodite of the unbridled sea, deny his homecoming. Grasp both father and son by their feet and smash their heads upon the rocks." Melantho is having an affair with Eurymachus. She's young, they're free now. Maids are the possession of Odysseus at this time. They're slaves. And this is the first time these girls are completely free. That's why when Odysseus returns in the Odyssey, he asks the older maid that he knows well, who has been faithful. And Euryclea says, every of the 50 maids, only 10 were not faithful, she says. And those are the 10 that Odysseus says, kill them. But Telemachus, the son, once he's given the responsibility, says, no, that's not good enough. I'm going to hang him. And they hang him. That's what the feminists disagree with, like, what's her name? The Canadian, right, Atwood, that wrote Penelope, and also the U of P professor, Emily Wilson, who translated the Odyssey. But at this time, they are possessions. And they went against their duties, and that's why here, these girls, there's another one called Lefkothea, sisters, keep quiet, don't shout. She's making her way through the olive grove. She's referring to Penelope. Now they're talking among themselves, complaining about Odysseus, who might come because the prophecy says so, although nobody believes it. And all of a sudden, Penelope appears. And what's Penelope doing? Our anxious queen has reached the shore holding a basket of palms for the sea-born goddess. She wants to appease Aphrodite, and she's bringing something to the temple. In this case, she's bringing palms, and she's bringing white pigeons for your altar again, lady love, lest you complain. But you, lady, in rage, pound on her bedposts, hungry for a man to satisfy your passion. So it's Aphrodite that's pushing all this. But it's interesting here also, because when Penelope tells us about her dream, it's in her voice that we hear her dream. She says, Aphrodite visits me each evening, she complains, she wants me to make up my mind. Well, is Aphrodite visit her every evening, or is it her desire that she's expressing? And again, you have this dichotomy here, by putting the words in her mouth. Aphrodite told me at night, such and such. And that confuses the situation. When Penelope does come on the scene on page 57, for the first time, this is the first time we hear her, she says, mistress of the beguiling smile, with hands clasped upon your ample holy bosom, you appeared in my dreams last night and frightened me, lady. Your sacred eyebrows moved waveringly, tossing my bed sheets aside, and your cry made my bed quiver. You sleep, now this is a quotation that Penelope is saying Aphrodite said to her. So Aphrodite is speaking through her. You sleep alone and scorn the alluring gifts of Aphrodite that soothe even the beasts of burden. Rise, you're destined to quickly welcome to your bed a virile male body of your choice, and together take pleasure in my all-consuming lust that veils the earth, and like newlyweds seek my blessing. And Penelope responds in her dream, lady, I screamed, I fear your anger, and at night from deep within me secret voices emerge to cloud my reason, which till now like a guiding light channeled my words and actions. I sense your hands on me, and your command takes hold and controls my mind and being. What freedom can I enjoy in God's fathomless design but to minister to you? You draw near with your scheming smile, sweetly assail my body and declare. And again she quotes Aphrodite, who says to her, through my voice, fate dictates that you remove Odysseus's heavy bow, that indomitable weapon inactive upon the column, and the suitors whose strength instantly bends that formidable weapon and casts an arrow through 12 axe heads, willing or not, you will be his wife. That's interesting because in Homer, he makes sure that this particular passage comes in book 19, where Penelope at some point says, this beggar that's been hanging around the palace seems to know things. He seems to be smart. I'd like an audience with him. Now, she never had an audience with a beggar before, we're told, because there are many beggars that have come to her claiming they've seen her husband. and she's tired of feeding them and getting all these lies. But for some reason, she thinks this guy seems to be different. So she asks for an audience. And Odysseus calls back or tells the messenger, tell her that it's not a good idea for me to see her in the open day. I'll see her at night. Well, who is a beggar to tell the queen when he should see her? So that makes an impression. And he does come at night, and they sit together, and then book 19, most of it, about 200 lines, is the interview. And Penelope begins by saying to him, please tell me who you are and where you're from. Well, you never ask that question of a stranger. That's not hospitality. You feed them, you take care of them, and if they want to tell you who they are, they will. But you never ask questions. So he says, my lady, I'd rather not say this. She insists. And not only she insists, she goes on to say, tell me what he was wearing if you saw my husband. Because the beggar says, I saw your husband 20 years ago when he was first going to Troy. He came by Crete. He always, in his lies in Homer, makes himself somebody from Crete because it's the longest distance from Ithaca, his home, figuring that they can't catch him on the lie. Who would know somebody from Crete, which is across the world as far as they were concerned. So he's always from the farthest point from where he was brought up. And she says, well, do you remember anything? After he answers, how can anybody remember what somebody was wearing 20 years ago when I just met him for a few days? And then he begins precisely telling her what he was wearing. The color of the cloth, the thing, even a brooch that he had on his neck, which had on it a picture of a dog chasing a deer. That precise. So how could a stranger remember 20 years ago? And you figure these are signs. He's saying to her, look, who else would remember it but your own husband? If you're clever enough, you'll know who I am. But she's never alone, even though she's interviewing, and we're told that many times. There are always two maids accompanying her, so they can't give themselves away. So it's by the end of that conversation that Penelope says, you know, I think I'm going to call for a contest of your bow. And whoever bends it and shoots an arrow through 12 X heads, I'm going to select that person as my husband. And the beggar says, do it, lady, don't delay. So we take it that they're giving signs to each other, because later on, in book 21 or 22, when Telemachus says, how can you be so cold, mother, and not approach this beggar who is my father? And she says, in due time, we have signs between us. So there we have evidence of that. Because at the very end, she puts him through another trick. She says, go into the bedroom and move the bed outside. Well, the bed can't be moved because it's a stump of a tree, and they build a bedroom around the tree. And since she's had nobody else in her bedroom, she knows that if he says, I can't do it, the bed is immovable, he's the only one that would know that. But then people say, well, why does she do that when she already knew him in book 19? But the idea is she does this because she wants to know not whether he's Odysseus, she knows he is, but is he the Odysseus that has come back to her, the Odysseus that she knew when he left? How has the war changed him? Is he the same man? Does he have the same feelings? That's the new scholarship now. That's how we can say there's early recognition on Penelope's part. But not here, you see. Here, we put the emphasis on the goddess Aphrodite. Because this extends to Kazantzakis' philosophy, which says that we're constantly fighting between the Apollonian and the Dionysian theory, whatever you want to call it. Our Apollonian is Apollo, who is the god of the sun, the god of reason, who is also Athena, reason. Dionysus is the Roman Bacchus, the god of wine, the god of irrationality, the god who gets drunk and becomes irrational. So it's always Apollonian versus Dionysian, reason versus irrationality. And actually most of Greek literature, especially the tragedies, are about just that. The Apollonian versus the Dionysian. When you don't have something in between and you lose the Apollonian reason, you have disaster. That's when all the bad things happen. If there's reason to go along with this, then things can be fine. So you either go one way or the other. And that's what you have here. You have part one, the Aphrodite, the Dionysian, the senses, sensuality, irrationality, versus wisdom, Athena, the Apollonian. And that becomes the theory that Nietzsche comes up with. He uses exactly those terms. He wrote a work called The Birth of Tragedy, where he talks about these two terms, the Apollonian versus the Dionysian. And that's what Kazantzakis is following here. So up to this point, and throughout this first part, that's what we're talking about. So when Penelope is saying all these things about Aphrodite, who orders her to do this, she turns to Euryclea, the maid, the old maid, says, "And you, good Euryclea, when evening comes, remove the wall-mounted bow from the colossal column and deliver it this very evening to the old swineherd to newly string with vigilant patience, rub it down with oil. The goddess howls, and fearful I obey." It's an order. I have no alternative but to listen what the god says. You cannot fight gods. So Aphrodite decides the bow, which puts the emphasis again on what I'm saying, Apollonian versus Dionysian. And then they go on from there. Euryclea, who in Homer is the woman who washes Odysseus' feet and recognizes the scar he received as a young child during a boar hunt, and that identifies him. So in Homer, Penelope is present, but she's facing the fire. She's got her back on Odysseus, the beggar. The two maids in waiting are sitting beside her. She's always seen in the presence of maids. Euryclea has a basin of water, and she's behind Penelope, ready to wash Odysseus' feet. That's another thing that Penelope says to Odysseus before this happens. She says, you should take a bath, put on fresh clothes, and then we'll talk again. He says, I don't want anybody touching me unless you have an old maid. Well, he knows damn well she would know him. So he's asking for it. And she says, yes, we do have an old maid that used to take care of Odysseus as a child. So they call Euryclea. She brings the water. She takes his feet, puts them in the water. She sees the scar. She tries to scream out. He grabs her, says, don't give me away. She drops the pail, and before it hits the ground, you have a whole story of how he got the scar. And at the end of the scar, you hear the bang of the pan that has fallen on the ground. Now, did Penelope hear that bang? She's sitting right there. She doesn't turn at all. She's looking straight at the fire because the two maids are sitting beside her. So that show, again, it's, she knows, but they don't want to give anything away. And so there are all kinds of signs like that. Here, nothing happens in this play about that, but Eurycleia is here. But you can see that she is on the side of Odysseus. She says on page 59, she's talking to Penelope. She says, "My child, 1,000 ills befall the mortal soul when it ages, but the gods instinctively mollify the years. And when the mind begins to falter, they endow us with a mantic vision to augur the future and the past. We become wiser as we get older. And now on death's doorstep, that she feels she is, by divine right I can see clearly. And with these I prophesy before I die." And she gives her view. "Queen, in my heart I see his foam-drenched prow swiftly cleave the sea and come within sight. He'll come, don't be hasty, my child. Hour by hour I count the time. The 20 years have not yet passed. A single day, the most momentous, still remains. God's promised pledge cannot be cracked, for gods are immortal, and patience is a stately gift." She's telling her, just be patient. Don't listen to Aphrodite. Actually, you're not listening to Aphrodite. You're listening to your voice. You're listening to what you want to do. Penelope says, "The 20 years are gone, good woman, and he sojourns only in our minds. My son, flailed by waves, is at risk in search of his world-renowned father. I sense it in my heart, direct from immortal godly mouths which never lie. Odysseus is dead. Eurycleia, he only died in your heart, my lady." So here you begin to see that Penelope is anxious finally to find somebody, and she has good support here with Aphrodite. Because when she prays later to Aphrodite, she says, "I have a favor to ask of you," at the very end. And she says, "Put in a good word for me so that when I have to select, let Eurymachus win the contest." She wants that particular suitor to win. So that's another idea there about that. So that's what's happening at the beginning. And then all of a sudden, Vigla, the one who is a spy and the maid that's with the suitors, comes in. Well, it's actually Eurynome comes in, who first says, "We're lost." And Vigla says, "Oh, did he come?" Now they think Odysseus, that the prophecy is coming true. And everybody says, "Oh, what a disaster. Blessed Aphrodite, deliver us." But he hasn't come. It's another signal that we get now. Eurynome, the other old maid, comes in to tell us that on the left, as I approached the palace, when something happens on the left, is bad in Greek mythology. If it happens on the right, it's good. So if a bird happens to fly on your right, it's a positive sign. If it flies on your left, it's a bad sign. On the left, as I approached the palace, I saw a great eagle. The eagle is associated with Zeus. Spread colossal beating wing, shrieking, and dropping like death upon our courtyard. Alarmed, the pigeons soared with sorrowful cries, their shadows darkening the sky. The thing here is Zeus is speaking, the pigeons take flight, who are the suitors. This is irony here, which tells us that Odysseus is coming to take care of things, and Zeus is going to send the bridegroom. He is going to let us know now who the bridegroom is going to be for Penelope, who of course is going to be Odysseus. That's why this sign. Melantho, the bad maid, says, receive warmly this confirming sign, and raise your hands in gratitude. Inform me, Zeus, who is the lucky one to whom you send your radiant raptor from on high, the swift messenger of matrimony? Kudos to you, predestined groom, whose soft caresses will make Penelope's withered frame flower. Like pigeons, the suitors take flight. Who is the groom the eagle plucked? Who did Zeus name? And at that moment, the beggar appears, and he says, Odysseus. But he's a beggar. So he's revealing himself, but nobody's going to take him at his word because he's a beggar. He says, hey, bitches, where am I? Wait. All the maids run away the moment they see this old beggar who is very feisty. The maid's tight-lipped, and only Eurynome remains. Eurynome remains because she's Athena in disguise. So they talk to each other. He doesn't know where he is because after 10 years of adventures, he just thinks he's at another adventure. And Athena has brought a mist over the land, so he doesn't know where he is. And he's telling us his first words out of his mouth is, you try my patience, you fiends, and whatever logical thoughts remain, I misplace. You confound my mind with illusions and nurture my heart's hunger with flights of fancy. Once again the sirens spring before me on my journey, poised erect, chanting in the wind, and their voracious voices balance my soul between a yes and a no. The yes and a no is, how should he act? Should he act or not? Where is he? Is he someplace where it's friendly, or is he merely at another adventure? And he says, rise, Odysseus, bend your agile mind like a bow, and rend the mist. Do I reason like a mortal? In my breast I embraced a god as I cast about. Yet I battled the Stygian waves, and clinging to the waterlogged tiller, I conquered death again. Lightning bolts blind me, and my godlike mind blurs. Athena, Athena, I shout, release me. Prevent the gods, my lady, from using me as fodder for carrion crows. Burst from my head fully armed. Recall the many years we strove together. You bunkered down on my brow as I lay in the sun. Descend upon the earth and tend my haughty heart, lest it burst. So he's at his wit's end. Athena has not been with him during the adventures, because in the Odyssey she can't be, because there Poseidon, the god of the sea, is against Odysseus, and Poseidon is her uncle, since she's Zeus's daughter, and Poseidon is Zeus's brother. So it's the sea against Odysseus, and she has to stay out of that till Poseidon gets through with Odysseus, and then she can come back. And that's why she's waiting for him in Ithaca. Now she can take him up again. She hasn't gone against her uncle. We get nothing of that here, but Kazantzakis assumes we know all this because you've read the Odyssey.
Of course.
So it's at this point that Eurynome, in the book, page 64, you notice now she becomes Athena. And she says, old-timer, why are you shouting? Why yank your hair like an offended widow? On your feet. Haven't you learned after so many years to govern terror? And yet you're not timid. You stand on your own 2 feet with soul and body well suited to each other. Brace yourself. It's time to cast your willpower like a spear on fate's scale, and it will tip your way. And this line is important. Since a mortal's heart holds the reins. It's not the gods that tell you what to do. It's in your heart. It's in you. You hold the reins, not God. Man holds the reins, and that's important here. That's Kazantzakian idea. And then Odysseus says, your words land on my heart like good aged wine, etc., etc. But he says he doesn't know where he is. He wants to be told. And again, the way he greets her, he says, I seek not pity, but respect for a man's sea-drenched mind. Lay hands on me and set a castaway free from both earth and sea. However, if you're the offspring of mortals, blessed is your father and mother, and thrice blessed the man who will share your nuptial bed. Those are the very words that Odysseus says to Nausicaa in the Odyssey, trying to convince her that he's a good person and he's not touching her because he doesn't know whether she's a maiden or a god. So Odysseus says the same thing to this woman, Eurynome, who is actually Athena. And Athena says, your tongue rebounds, stranger, as it weaves its praise and manipulates the subtle, embroidering timely ornaments on its cloth. But first reveal your lawful name and the consul that adjudged you to the waves. And he lies. I'm a merchant from Phoenicia called Much Enduring. And then he gives his lie, his story. And that's an important word in both Kazantzakis and the Odyssey, the word endure. Very important. As a matter of fact, I think that the main theme of the Odyssey, or one of them, and I'm not the only one that thinks this, is in, I think it's book 18, 15, 16, 18, these lines from 130 to 135, where Homer says, of all creatures that breathe and walk on the earth, there is nothing more helpless than man is. Of all that the earth fosters, for he thinks that he will never suffer misfortune in future days, while the gods grant him courage, and his knees have spring in them. But when the blessed gods bring sad days upon him, against his will, he must suffer it with enduring spirit. And you have that, I think, maybe 45 to 50 times, the word enduring. You must endure whatever fate has in store for you. And that's what's being said here. I'm called much enduring. And then he goes on for a page and a half to give us who he was. And this is where he claims that he too followed the census and was part of all that. He says at one point, I sailed swift ship, I sailed the azure seas of Greece, dealing in fancy fragrances, multi-breasted goddesses, coarse demons, and translucent magnets, and even spiders. On crouching slave women such trinkets came across as a sky full of stars, which even Athena would proclaim, whose hands dare vie my immortal ones? Wondrous relics I sold to women, holy poisonous herbs that confer double youth to those late in life, and cryptic pleasures to dames and old maids, to beguile passers-by while seated on their stoops. Also mysterious trifles, secret makeup, curly-haired phalluses, and magic mirrors. I sold everything a woman needs, my lady, to ensnare her man. And every evening, Mother Astarte is another name for Aphrodite in Egyptian mythology. So every evening, Mother Astarte's blessings were upon us night and day, that earthen form replete with weighty breasts that resuscitate life. I worshipped her, prostrate on the seashore, hoping to bring profit to my trade. O young maidens, to repose on an evening upon the warm Phoenician sands at Astarte's vermilion feet during our erotic drunken festivals. One could sweetly coo sighs like a turtle dove and embraced shout, "Never again will I return to Greece." He's taken up with sensuality, with Aphrodite. And Athena says, "What sweetness trickles from your lips? Like a honeybee sensing an exquisite flower, my soul remains sleepless at your words." She likes that he's this way. He's clever, he's intelligent. She likes the lies. And then he wants to know, where am I? Can you tell me? Pity an old man and make known to me on whose land again the gods have sent me, he says. And she does. She dissipates the mist. He recognizes her, which happens in Homer in Book 13, and on 68 he says, "Athena." She says, "Don't be frightened." And then he complains, which is also, he says, "You finally got here. Where were you all these 10 years when I needed you?" And it goes on this way. Once he sees the land he's at, he can't believe it. He says, "This is, my mind takes flight, this barren island, this narrow wasteland, devoid of water and light, utterly beguiles and restrains me. How can my decrepit soul fit within a sparrow's nest? This Ithaca seems too small for me." She tells him, "Don't beat your head against the rocks, but open wide your eyes with gratitude. Look, I dissipate the mist. There lies your native mountain." And she explains the various signs he should know. And then he believes it, "O land of my fathers," etc. And then she tells him, "Now you have to go straight to Eumaeus. He's the only one you can really trust. And there you can wait for your son, who I'm going to go now to Menelaus in Sparta and tell him it's time to come home." And that's what he does. So I'm skipping here. Then she tells him, and this is important.
What page are you on?
Pardon?
What page are you on?
I'm on 71. At the very bottom, Athena says, "Take note that troublemakers celebrate your life, merrymaking to the melody of the lyre, which resonates in your halls throughout the day." Odysseus, "And which of the gods dares allow it?" Athena, "Aphrodite." Odysseus, "Once again she reaches out her soft hands to drown me. Be aware that of all great immortals, I fear none as much," because she fears what man desires most. And it's the hardest thing to do, to put the demands of the body aside in order to reach the level that you must. He has trouble doing that himself. And Athena says, "Rejoicing the maids ravaged my altar and extinguished its flame from your courtyard. And like a whipped dog in heat, I whimper with faithful Argos at the entrance. But on her altar a reeking smell ascends slowly to nourish her immoral body." It's interesting here too, with the reference to Argos. Argos is the dog that Odysseus had as a puppy when he left. Now, of course, he's 20 years old. He's been waiting on a heap of dung because he's not being taken care of, a symbol of the chaos in Ithaca and what has become. That's what the dog represents. And when he sees Odysseus in Homer, he wags his tail, stands up, and expires. And Odysseus sheds a tear by turning away so nobody will see him. In contrast, in Kazantzakis, we don't see this happen, but a maid, the bad one, comes and says, "You don't know about this old beggar. The dog jumped up to greet him, and he caught him by the throat and strangled him. So that's the kind of person he is. Well, in here, he strangles the dog because he doesn't want to be given away. There's nothing sentimental. He has a mission to accomplish, and that's what's foremost in his mind, and he does it. But the interesting thing on 73, which comes out again, is this yes and no. He says at the bottom from 72, top of 73, "Don't fret, goddess, for I mean to bury all these freeloaders, and like sacrificial bulls decapitate them before your altar, and snuff out their bawdy songs, to silence their harsh sounding lyre. Yet a snake still coils around my soul. Reply, Athena, flash before my eyes what I want to ask, but I cannot say. What should I do?" And Athena says 2 options are attainable, yes or no. Again, this yes or no. Odysseus says, "Your words are few, but to the point, goddess. Yes or no. That is, act or don't act. Act means get rid of the suitors, kill them." So he understands there. Then he says, "And my son," and now they go into the son. Athena says about Telemachus at the bottom of 73, "He comes of age and no longer wants to remain in his father's shadow." Oh, am I done? I am. I guess we stop at page 73, and I'll try to finish the rest of it next time, which is impossible. Many of you have read it. You might have questions that I should respond to. If not, then I'll continue. So let me start that way first. Does anybody have something? Gail?
It's off center here, but on 60 Minutes on Sunday night, they interviewed Ralph Fiennes.
Oh yeah, who's doing Odysseus,
Who's
right?
doing the
Yeah.
movie. It was funny to see scenes of what we've been talking about.
Yeah. Actually, the man that's directing that film, a few months ago on a Sunday, I showed a little film about a single father and his little boy. The father has cancer. It's an Irish film where he wants to find a home for his little son. That was done by a director whose last name is Pasolini, not the famous Italian Pasolini, but somebody else. And he's doing this Odysseus film, which is called The Return. And it's coming out in December.
So we expect to see it in January.
Right.
And Ralph Fiennes plays Odysseus.
That's right. Yeah. And right now, Ralph Fiennes is playing a cardinal at the
You need to get
Gambler
that.
Theater.
We saw that. If you want to get that film here,
This
I
conclave.
hear it should be good.
Conclave or something like
The
that.
conclave, yeah,
Yeah.
conclave.
great.
Oh, you saw it.
Yeah, we saw it Saturday.
Should see it before it disappears. Okay. Any other questions? All right. Then we'll continue, and I'll skim.
What
Will
page
be
are we on?
74. I have marked here. And we're still in part 1. I guess what I want to point out, mostly without having to refer to Homer too much, since we're concerned with this play, is what this play is about. And what I'm emphasizing, or tried to emphasize, that it's about reason versus sensuality, the body versus the mind. That's the main part. So the part we're reading now, part 1, emphasizes Aphrodite. She's the bad guy in this thing. And that's because she's taken over, as you've noticed. Everybody prays to her. And it's interesting to see what these characters say about her, which tells us a lot about the play. I don't know if we've reached those particular parts yet, but I guess it's mostly in part 2. When you get in part 2, the characters, the suitors that have brought her to Troy, to Ithaca, and made her the goddess of note, want something from it. One of the main characters, Eurymachus, when we get there, you'll see says, look, I picked you up in the alleys of this town. You were nothing. And we made you into what you are. Now it's time for you to pay back. So they're doing it for their own good, and they can see that they can do this through Aphrodite. And that's why Athena's temple fire is out. She's been pushed aside. So it's between reason and sensuality. It's between the mind and, or the spirit and the body. And that's the whole argument in this particular play, which is a lot different from Homer, as I tried to show last time. So you see this even on page 74, at the very bottom where we stop, where Odysseus speaks, and he says, "Immortals, I extol you, although once again you pelt my white head with torments. My agile mind, like an octopus, with endless tentacles and 7 lives roams the salty brine. When one is lost, a colossal other takes its place, repeat, with mouth and hungers." And the idea is that it's not easy to put down the needs of the body. You notice how Odysseus struggles against this. And at times, he feels like it was a lot easier and a lot nicer to be what he once was in his adventures, living with Calypso and Circe. He says at another point, I could have been immortal, because Calypso in Homer tells him that if he stays with her, she has the power to make him immortal. And he thinks about it, and he finally decides, no, immortality is stagnation. He would much rather be a mortal and be active than remain in a kind of dead, I guess, a feeling of death for the rest of his life, because he would have to live with Calypso on this island, and that's all there is. He has all the pleasures that he can ask for, but nothing beyond that. And so he decides to turn down immortality, and that's one of the points that Homer wants to make, that mortality is to be desired above immortality. Because mortality is life and action, and immortality is stagnation and death. So Kazantzakis picks this up also, but it's very hard to deny the pleasures of the body. And he often, as you read the script, you'll see that he often thinks back. And he says, the sirens are still with me. And he tells us what he felt at the time. But you have to fight against this to reach the higher plateau.
Excuse me, is that kind of like nirvana?
Pardon?
Is that kind of like nirvana, that you're trying to reach a higher plateau?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he calls it, Kazantzakis calls it nothingness.
Right.
Or that's where you can get the greatest freedom, if you can put everything. If you can get rid of the body completely, then you become pure spirit, but you're still not there. Then you have to go to the next plateau, which get rid of spirit completely and become nothing. That's what he talks about in his big Odyssey book. He hasn't gotten to this stage here. This is the middle stage. And after this stage, he reaches that one. Athena, you notice on 75, when Odysseus says what I just read, says, don't be in a hurry. Hold tight the reins and control your rage and ardor. And when you catch sight of home, muzzle like a dog your heart from barking. That's part of the other thing that Kazantzakis and Homer say, endure. You have to endure no matter what fate throws at you if you're to achieve these final stages that we're talking about. You can't jump into things. You have to bide your time and constantly work towards it, which is very difficult to do, till you reach that particular stage. So, after all of this, this is where Odysseus, remember, has come in as a beggar. She now sends him to Eumaeus, who is the swineherd, who's going to put him up till he prepares himself to go to his palace to seek out the suitors and try to understand what he is to do. And Eumaeus is down-to-earth kind of character here. Look on page 76 when we first meet him. He begins by saying, that's his speech in the middle of that, damn the lot, Zeus above, gentle and infallible, with steady hands you weigh what is just. May your thunder and double lightning bolts blast open this solid earth and swallow up the anarchists, lest anyone again trample on divine justice. They leap and frolic like fish in the early morning dew, and suddenly the fisherman's net ensnares them. He's talking about the suitors. And they're talking about justice. And the other idea here is that the gods are not necessarily just. They tolerate more than they should. And they do that because they're not interested in people, they're interested in themselves. And they help only those that honor them the most, which means those that burn bones. The gods, the Homeric gods, demand that every time there's a feast, that the entrails and the bones are burned so they can get the aroma. That's what they want. And that's how they know that people honor them. The idea in Greek philosophy is, if there are no people, there are no gods. Because God does not create man, man creates God. They create these Olympians. And the gods can exist only if people want them to exist. So they're always looking for approval from people. And that's followed in here too. So Eumaeus sees this beggar, he comes in, it's Odysseus as a beggar. He doesn't reveal himself to any of these people, but he's a very unusual beggar. He seems to know a lot more than most. He mouths off a lot more. He has a lot to say about everything. And he's constantly playing with them, ironically. He's saying, I could be Odysseus, I am Odysseus, but in a way that they don't take him seriously. And that's the way he wants to be. And also on 77, something about fate. Odysseus says there towards the bottom, you unburden your heart in haste and blame it all on fate. I don't agree. Fate is something in Greek philosophy again that's beyond the gods. Zeus cannot prevent fate from occurring. Fate is above him. So here's something that they don't control. Well, they can control it to a certain extent, but it's going to happen. They can't stop fate. And Odysseus is saying, don't blame everything on fate. You have to act on your own. You have to work on your own to achieve whatever it is you want to achieve. And then Eumaeus questions him, who are you? Are you a native of Ithaca? How did you get here? And you notice the kind of answers that Odysseus gives. He pretty much comes out and says who he is, but in a way that they don't believe him. And he wants, Odysseus, even as a beggar, wants to feel life. Yeah, on 79, in the middle of the page, he says, I don't want to calm down. Stand up. Let's dance and recall our stolen youth. In that way, he's like Zorba, the Greek that Kazantzakis wrote. Zorba is always wants to get up and dance. He always wants to live life to the fullest, whereas his compatriot, the man he's with, is always cautious, always questions things, is worried about the funds, etc. And this is what Odysseus is saying to Eumaeus here. Don't worry about these things. Let's just have fun. Eumaeus says, good God, where does the human heart of clay get the energy to sing in the snares of death? How can this person be this way? But Odysseus is always looking for release, like on page 80, in the middle of the page, he says, my mind is heavy, my eyes aghast, soak up everything. I'm an uncontrollable flood, spilling 8 seas over flat ground, drowning gods, animals, and mortals. He wants release, he wants freedom, he wants to put all of these things aside. And then comes the irony, again, on the following page, because he comes up with a lie, his first big lie, where he says, on top of 81, take my hand, old-timer, and pretend I'm an old friend back again from a 20-year journey. Well, he is. He is that man from coming back from a 20-year journey. Imagine your happiness and cries of joy. You sacrificed a fattened calf to celebrate my unhoped-for arrival. My most faithful swineherd, I would shout, I'm back, embrace me. And he goes on. Well, he's telling him exactly who he is, but the way he's putting it, he's not believed. And then he comes up, when he's asked over and over, who are you? He begins with the story here, Daedalus. And you'll notice that the lies he says also reveal who he is, or reveal his adventures, which he reinterprets in a different way. Here he's Daedalus because Daedalus is the architect of freedom in a way. He's the one that in mythology created wings for people to fly away. So in talking about himself as Daedalus, he's also talking about freedom and how he at some point wanted release from his life. He says, I was there designing the maze in Crete for the Minotaur. I was there building palaces, etc. And I was bored. One spring morning, he says on page 81 at the bottom, shedding my heavy white, hot woven tunic, weightless, I abandoned the dark halls of knowledge for the blue skies of sun-drenched Greece. And as I stepped on her holy shores, my mind blossomed like lilies, and for the first time all creation appeared on the calm currents of my mind, smiling deeply satisfied. And he goes on to talk more about this. At the bottom of 82, he says, I yearned for my country and I sprouted wings to escape. Well, he did invent wings. But your mind, old-timer, is fraught with hunger. But you, Eumaeus, are more bound to the earth. You're more concerned with bodily needs, with the senses, with not having eaten. You don't want to hear about all this. But he goes on to say, if you'd allow me, at the top of 83, I could unnerve you, and you would scream. On one of my voyages, I saw Odysseus. And then Eumaeus says, oh, hold your tongue, eat, drink. I don't need payment in false lies. You're like all other vagabonds. And it's true that there were a series of beggars constantly coming to Penelope, hoping to get something, food, clothing, by telling her that they have news of her lost husband. And they were all lies. And here at the end of all this line of beggars, you have this beggar coming who is saying the same thing, except he seems to be more intelligent. He seems to be sharper. And they start thinking about it and questioning him. So Odysseus goes on in Kazantzakis here to tell us what he did see. He says, I swear I saw him in Calypso's arms, that's on 83, forsaking both country and wife. I couldn't help myself. I jumped up on the bow and cried out in anger. This is the beggar Odysseus talking about the real Odysseus. And he says, shame on you, cunning Odysseus, to allow a woman's love to betray your country and your obligations. And Odysseus, according to the beggar, responds, who abandons Olympus, he replied, to dwell on earth? Who abandons the love of the senses, of the body, paradise, to come back to earth when you can have these kinds of pleasures? That was his previous life that we're talking about here. Who abandons Olympus to dwell on earth? And the deep caverns reverberated with his laughter. You can't bluff me, I'm too cunning, and I know what's best for me. This is again the real Odysseus speaking. Penelope is old, my son plays dice with the suitors, thinks of his future, and forgets his old man, and if it truly is my son, his heroic actions upon this earth will prove his mind. This is the idea of Kazantzakis' andria, manliness, versus Homer's aristia, which is excellence. But in Homer, excellence is achieved through deeds in battle, feats in battle. Or in Kazantzakis, you don't need these feats. It's just the kind of man he is who can fight against his bodily needs to rise higher. He says, I intend to abandon my mortal self and become immortal. For shame, I replied. Would you reject the holy soil of Mother Earth and bread's tasty flavor? Would you abandon all the delights of being alive and being on earth and just being immortal and the pleasures of the body for immortality? And that's the kind of argument, the fight that you have throughout here. If you have questions or comments, jump in anytime.
It's sort of like his conscience is telling him things back and forth and he's arguing with himself around?
He is arguing for himself, but all he's saying is it's very hard to reject the earth and to reach. That's what he says when he writes the play Christ too. The reason he likes Christ is because he's able to go into the desert, as he does in that particular play, and try to be a hermit and try to reject the needs of the body. And in the last temptation of Christ, he's a man who is loved by Mary Magdalene, and he likes her, but he has come to a point where he has to reject all of that in order to reach this higher point. So in all of his novels, you have this idea playing out. You see it over and over. The same thing that he's saying in this play. It's always a struggle to do this. and the struggle is all. That's what's necessary. So that's what we have here. And he tells another lie here that I'm not gonna go on.
No, I was just struck that, I mean, I've read it several times, but this time was the first time I was struck by how complex his role is psychologically. He's doing the story of his own shame when he talks to Athena about being the merchant from Phoenicia.
Yeah.
And then it's almost a story of his honor when he talks about being Daedalus. And then inside of talking about being Daedalus, he's having a conversation with himself and he conceives himself. So it's very complicated.
It is. And he's fighting against himself because he also tells us, I would rather be back with the sirens. He says at one point that we'll come to, I could have lived forever with Calypso, or I could have lived like a beast with Circe. Again, he means by a beast, honoring his senses, and also because Circe was the one that turned men into pigs, which if you take it metaphorically, she makes pigs out of men because of their senses, if we want to put it in contemporary terms. But in Homer, that's another thing. Nothing is, everything has to be concrete because you don't have a language yet, you don't have a written language, and it's hard to have abstractions without a written language. Today, if we say, the trees are blooming, well, you know what I mean by using the word T-R-E-E, a tree. That's an abstract term. How would Homer say that if there's no language? The obvious idea is if you say love made me do it, that's an abstraction. Well, you can't do that in Homer. You have to say Aphrodite made me do it because Aphrodite is concrete. Love is not concrete. And that's the same with Athena, with mind and all. So Kazantzakis follows this since he's basing his story back in Homeric times, but he's also bringing it forward in our time. The lie on 85 is interesting. He says again this idea of the original Odysseus as he's sailing, as he's coming on the raft away from all these adventures. In the middle of that speech on 85, he says, suddenly a lightning flash laid bare a serene Odysseus in the middle of the sea, holding tight upon a raft, bracing the storm head on. Odysseus, I barked, are you heading home? Didn't the goddess's bed suit you any longer? But he, sporting a silver-white mustache bent over the tiller, stared straight ahead and did not turn. It's at the point where Odysseus is having second thoughts of the kind of life he's been living. And in a few pages, you'll see that he regrets all that, but he thought it was very nice. He liked it, but he knew that it wasn't the right thing to do. And then he tells Eumaeus, don't be in a hurry, Odysseus will return. And he tries to show him how he knows he'll return. He says the prophecy of 20 years is not quite over. It's not over till the following day. And then you have some other business, which we will go into, with this new character that's invented here, Linos, who is a young man that is a slave of the slave. In Homeric times, slaves were, if they had enough money, could buy their own slaves. And in Homer, Eumaeus, who is actually a prince, and that's another thing. In Homer, no one is from the common people. Everybody's an aristocrat, even the slaves, They're slaves because they've committed a crime that they had to flee from their home, and they were aristocrats, and they fled, and they were taken in by somebody else and become a slave, or they're abducted and they become slaves. But their background is always aristocratic. Now here, Kazantzakis invents this new character, Linus, who is a kid. He knows nothing about Odysseus. He's just a young man who is helping Eumaeus gather firewood, do chores around the house. So he represents the present generation that Odysseus is coming to. And the present generation knows nothing about what Odysseus was or what he did. They like the things the way it is now because they have a lot more freedom. They can frolic around, as the maids say. And the maids are young too, and they don't remember Odysseus because he's been gone for 20 years. Many of them aren't even 20 years old yet. So it shows you where the generation is at. They prefer the Aphrodite rule. They prefer that kind of freedom without having to think of the kind of things that Odysseus is putting forth to them about the spirit, etc. So they don't want him to return, and that's what Linus serves. You'll see later on, he says about Odysseus when they tell him that the master might return. He says, well, we'll put a collar around him and put him with the pigs if he returns. They don't really care about him. This is the feeling of the new generation. And it's very timely that way. It's the same kind of thing we're saying today when you see the way politics are and where young people are, and you say, how the hell can they believe these things? Like my own son and all. When we talk, he's completely somewhere else. Although I tell him to read the Odyssey, but he can't get past the first book, so.
Give him the graphic novel.
Yeah, I did. Okay, let me jump here.
Kos,
Yes.
while you're looking, I just want to try an idea, see if you agree.
Okay.
We know that he is progressively being recognized
Yeah.
by the others. But he is also progressively struggling to come out. So he's progressively emerging. So there are two struggles going on. I always thought it was just one, where it was the recognition, but it's going in both directions.
Yeah, in Homer it's mostly the recognition, but here it's more like you say, yeah. But in Homer that's the big thing. When is the recognition going to occur and how it's going to occur and why it occurs that way. I think we discussed that too. In most cases, when we're talking about Homer, we're talking about the main recognition of wife and husband. Scholars argue that why do we have to have Penelope put him through the kind of test she does to the very end, if others say that she recognizes him a lot earlier? And the answer probably is that she does recognize him, but the question that she wants to know more than anything else, is this the man that I married? Is the same man that I married is coming back to me? And that's what the psychiatrist, what's his name, Jonathan, forget his last name right now, psychiatrist in Boston, wrote the book Odysseus in America, comparing Odysseus to the returning Vietnam veterans and the problems they have coming home and how they're changed. And they change to the degree that their own families' wives don't recognize them and they end up in divorce or in serious mental problems. He did that with the Odyssey. He also did it with the Iliad to show what happens to people in a war, to these men while they're fighting. He calls that, is it Odysseus? No, not in America. It's called something else. Slips my mind right now, but there are two books.
On page 87,
Yeah.
Odysseus is one line on that page. That's now that the cat is away, the mice will play. I said, oh, I've read this before. I mean, that's an example of a couple of times where, oh, I said, that's a cliche, you know, that's an idiom now.
Yeah.
Is this the first appearance of that?
No, that has to do with translation. If you were to translate the original, it would make sense whatsoever. But the idea behind it is that. So I'm translating the idea behind it,
Okay.
rather than what Homer's saying.
Yeah.
And those are things that in a translation one has to do. And I notice there's a number of these throughout that I'm more aware of now than when I was doing it.
Yeah.
But it's a way of trying to make sense of what he's saying.
Okay.
And some of the idioms in Greek make no sense whatsoever in English.
Thank you.
So that's one of them. I don't know how well that works, but anyway.
Perfect.
Sometimes it doesn't quite work. So on page 91, Odysseus says, the master, that fearful, awesome, glorious master, whose upright man-slaughtering spear loomed like a shipmast. He's talking actually, I think, about, I don't know if it's about his father or himself, against the good-for-nothing mortals. What I'm getting at is the last line, damn the gods and their mortal gifts. Again, the mortal gifts are what they give you, the needs of the body. And that, what he says, causes all the problems that he thinks he finds. It's the emphasis on the senses that prevents us from going forward. Eumaeus is very down to earth, as you can see from his comments. And here you see it again. Don't swear. To be young is priceless. 1,000 obstacles and mockeries, old-timer, couldn't pay for such great joy, for being young, for feeling those senses. Leaving careful, don't dare raise a finger. These maids are no longer slaves, but ladies. That's why they want Aphrodite, because they're treated like women. They can be women and not just slaves. So again, you have this play back and forth, this dichotomy. Odysseus on 92 says, yeah, they have good faces, but as for brains, bitches. The day will come to hang you in the courtyard. And Eumaeus tries to warn him, saying, keep it down. Things have changed since you left. And then we have Laertes coming in for the first time. Laertes is the father of Odysseus. He's been inactive. He left his position as king long ago because his son had taken over as king even 20 years before he left. But once Odysseus left and time passed, he decided, he became very depressed in Homer and retired to his farm, an estate which is not far from Ithaca. It's in Ithaca, not far from the palace, but he has nothing to do with the palace anymore. And that's another reason where you have all the chaos and the suitors are taking over. The mother has died of depression. She doesn't come into this play at all, but in Homer, Odysseus meets her in the underworld, and she tells him that she's there because she was so worried about him that she died. And then we go into the weaving trick to show us Penelope and how faithful she's been. And she is faithful here, but she's torn between two things. Penelope is torn between being a faithful wife, as she's always shown to be, and the fact that she's still a young woman who was told that after a period of time, when Telemachus shows that he's a man, and here it says that the moment that you see him sprouting a beard, he is old enough, and you are then free, according to Odysseus, to marry and continue your life without him. Because by that time, if he's not back, he won't return. That was, and she says that in this play. So she's turned between the two. She likes the fact that there's so many suitors after her, makes her feel young and good, and she kind of likes some of them, especially Eurymachus, because she prays to Aphrodite, if there is to be a new husband, she says, I hope that you will help me make sure that it's Eurymachus. So she's on one side, she wants that. On the other, she wants to make sure that people look upon her as the faithful wife, as the Penelope that everybody knows. So she's torn between the two things, and you can see that in her speeches throughout this play, that she tries to cover both sides. Also the irony now, more irony, eventually when Odysseus meets his father, a term that they use for greeting an old man is to call somebody father. But when the beggar does this with Laertes, it has a double meaning. So on page 95, when Laertes at the bottom of the page says, who's that? Who's this old man here, this beggar? Odysseus says, me, father. Wake up, rip off the dark cloud that blurs your thoughts. So he's meaning it both ways. He's honoring the old man by calling him father, as everybody else would do the same, but in this case, it happens to be his father. So you get this being played throughout. And he tells Laertes, to make him feel good, that I did see your son. On the following page, he says at the top there, a few lines down, I saw the wide-ranging man rise through the waves, holding in his mouth the two-edged sword of justice. And once he's here, he'll leap exultingly into his arms, wailing, a miracle, my son, what joy, a mere lightning bolt the 20 years you've been away. Endless will be your kisses upon his face and on his head of gray. So again, he's speaking to his father, telling him exactly what should be done, but distancing himself at the same time. And that's the irony there. So there's an introduction with Laertes that goes on for a while here. Till Telemachus enters. Now you're getting all these, remember Athena, once she told Odysseus where he was, the beggar where he was, says, now I'm going to go back to Sparta, where your son happens to be, looking for you, asking about you, and I'm going to tell him to return. And so when Telemachus returns, Athena makes sure that she tells him, go straight to the swineherd's hut, because the suitors are after you. So don't go back to your palace. Go there. She's doing this to protect him, but also to have him recognize his father. And in Homer, that's where the recognition between Telemachus and Odysseus occurs. Here it doesn't. Kazantzakis has Telemachus eventually recognize his father in the beggar. And at the moment, at the very end, at the moment that Telemachus says, I've had enough of this nonsense. We have to act. I'm going to have to take over. Odysseus says, son, because he's come into his own. That's in the second part. So recognition doesn't come as it does in Homer. Here, the son has to realize who he is and what he is. And it happens. You'll notice as you're reading it, slowly he begins to depend more on the old man. And at one point he says, maybe you can come when I'm ready to take over and do something about the suitors. Maybe you can advise me. Maybe you can help. He still doesn't know him, but he senses something. And Odysseus doesn't say a thing to him. He says, yeah, I'll help. But the moment the kid is on his own, then Odysseus can say, son.
Excuse me, I'm not sure if it's relevant, but did Kazantzakis have a son? I'm trying to figure out why he wanted
No.
to write this.
He didn't have any children. He hardly had anything to do with his wives. He was more of a hermit.
Why do you think he wrote this book in this, with this changed book? Why did he write it the way he wrote it? To have us look at Homer in another way?
Oh, because he thought that, according to his philosophy, that Odysseus was the one that came closest to representing what his reading and his ideas led to.
So correcting, in a way of correction?
Mostly what I said of being, of trying to go beyond the body and reach a state where you can be free. But eventually, in studying Odysseus this way, and Nietzsche, and Bergson, who was another philosopher that he was really interested in, he came to the conclusion that in order to be free, in the way his readings led to, he had to completely become nothing. He had to even get rid of the spirit, the soul, because that weighs you down also. And in order to completely have the kind of freedom he's talking about, is to reach nothingness, an abyss. Then you are free completely. You have nothing to hold you down. But it was Odysseus and Christ, in many ways, who is, the way he sees him, is very much another Odysseus in another way. He doesn't see Christ as a God. He sees him as a man struggling to reach that plateau. And you see that from what we know about Christ and what we read, what he had to do. That's why in his novels, Christ desires, like everybody else. That's why there was such a fuss with the last temptation of Christ. Because at the moment Christ is on the cross, like Odysseus, as you'll see soon, and a drop of water falls on his forehead as he's dying, he has a dream. Wouldn't have it been nice if I could have been a human being like everybody else? And then you see him rolling in the hay with Mary Magdalene, having children, having fun. And then at the last moment of the last page, where the rain hits him again, he wakes up and says, thank God, it's over. I didn't have to do all this. I made it. I've reached that thing. Well, that's what Odysseus is trying to do too. So they're very similar in many ways. And it's just expressing what Kazantzakis himself has become. He traveled a lot. He moved away from home. His wives were never with him. He had 2 wives. He remarried again, but he always wanted their approval. There are over 500 letters that he wrote with the first one. Galatea was her name. And they're in a book called Report to Greco. He associated himself with his countryman, El Greco, the painter, who was also from Crete. And so it's like he's writing to his mentor, who also never stayed in Crete. He went to Spain, and he made his fortune there. He's a Spanish painter, actually. So he needed their approval. When you read the letters concerning this particular play, he's always asking the approval of his wife. What did you think of my play? It means a great deal to me for some reason. I feel like Odysseus. He says all these things in his letters that you can then use to read the play, to interpret the play. But he was never with them for any period of time. So he was a recluse, a hermit himself, and much like the characters that he writes about here. Now, the interesting thing now, when Telemachus comes in, and this becomes interesting because you begin to see what Telemachus is like. Telemachus is a young man who doesn't have much experience. The only experience he has is the month he's taken in his 20th year to go to Sparta and Pylos to visit these two warriors that have returned from Troy. Nestor, who is the king of Pylos and is the older wise man in the Trojan War, and Menelaus, who is the husband of Helen, and he's from Sparta. The latter, Menelaus, has recently returned, so he has more information. And Telemachus spends most of his time with him. And this is what happens when we come to his piece here. He is just overtaken by Helen's beauty, which again shows you the emphasis on the senses and what it does to young men like this. Eumaeus wants to know, he says at the bottom of 99, enlighten my heart, my child, and tell me the truth. Is he alive? That is, what did you discover about your father? Is he alive? What news from Sparta, son? Don't hold back. What do you have to say? Life or death? And Telemachus begins this huge passage here, dialogue, page 100, 101, and it goes on. And the only thing he can say is the opulence, the wealth that he experienced, even though he himself is a prince. And Helen, when he comes to Helen. But first, on page 100 and 101, he describes Menelaus' palace and the wealth, and how he felt like, he says, I felt like a country bumpkin. He claims at the bottom of 100, Telemachus, look upon this glory, he says to himself, and wealth with ease. Don't gape like a country bumpkin. He's just taken over. And at the top of 101, interesting enough, he gives an image of what he sees and what he likes. This image has to do with Leda and the swan, the myth of Leda and the swan. He says, I moved along the path, and arriving at the palace, I knocked unflinchingly, elated at the large historic lintel above me. A swan, spreading its all-white ivory wings of love, alighting on the light blue waters to embrace Leda's sun-bronzed body. Well, Leda the swan leads back to Helen. Leda is the princess, as Zeus saw her. He fell in love, he turned himself into a swan. He came to her, he raped her in the form of a swan. She laid eventually 2 eggs. One egg contained Castor and Clytemnestra. The other one contained Pollux and Helen. The one that contained Pollux and Helen was Zeus, the swan's doing. The one that contained Clytemnestra and Castor was Tyndareus doing, her true human husband. So one part was divine, semi-divine, the other one wasn't. They all come together, these myths, eventually. Clytemnestra is Agamemnon's wife. He's the head of the Greek forces in Troy. Helen is the one that's abducted. She married Menelaus, who is the brother of Agamemnon, and on it goes. Anyway, that's interesting here that he mentions this, bringing this. And then he goes on to tell us about Helen. In the meantime, Eumaeus says, I'm out of breath, I tremble. Tell me what I want to know. And Telemachus says, hush, don't tremble. And then he goes right back to what he was saying. The golden doors of the women's quarters opened, and I beheld enter the tranquil fluorescent of Helen. And he goes on with this. Eumaeus interrupts. A curse on witless beauty. Cursed be the hour that provoked such a blossom among the reeds of Eurotas. Tell me what I want to know. Telemachus, don't blaspheme, father. Before me she seemed all mature and fair. Right back. He's just overtaken by this. Eumaeus says, I'm anxious to hear about your father. Telemachus at the top of slowly she raised her eyes and said, he just doesn't even hear him. Goes right back. And this is where he talks about Helen. I sense from a distance that before me stands the sun. That's Helen saying about Telemachus. But at the end of that speech on top of 103, he says, glory to youth that perished for your cause. Trojan War was good to get her back. She's worth it. And triple my father's glory, who sought to carry you away by trickery. The Trojan horse, that was Odysseus' doing. He sought to carry you away by trickery. In the fathomless waves, his memory will shine forth like a star. There's his answer finally. And Eumaeus says, oh God, my good master is lost forever. Because what Telemachus is saying in that line is, in the fathomless wave, my father drowned. The sea has taken him. He's dead. But it's taken him 3 pages to get to that. Because he's so taken by Helen.
Yeah, but that is a double meaning. Eumaeus is, oh God, my master's lost forever. Telemachus is lost forever because all he can think about is Helen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Telemachus goes on, don't whine. Odysseus has become the subject of songs. He lives in the memory of people. He's attained some kind of immortality for a mortal. And then they go on this way for some more speeches here. And Odysseus now comes in too as the beggar with Telemachus, but they get nowhere. He just tells him why, Odysseus tells him as the beggar, why is he delaying things? Why doesn't he do something about it now that he's come of age? And Telemachus' response is that, how can I, without experience, handle 109 suitors? On page 107, at the bottom, Telemachus says, but how can I take on so many by myself? And Odysseus says, by not counting. If you're a man, just do it. Make up your mind and fall into the fray with gusto. Telemachus says on 108, and do you think the gods will keep me company if I do this? Odysseus, they will, if you succeed. I know them. They always pursue the victor to feed on remnants like crows. They only help those that help themselves, because the gods are after their own interests. They're not really interested in you. If you do something that they like, they'll help you. And Eumaeus again says, my heart quakes. He can't take all this. Then Odysseus makes an interesting comment here on 108, towards the bottom. Whoever endures, there's that famous word that comes up all the time. Whoever endures and returns death's conqueror, my son, grasps that the seed of freedom is the human heart, prepared to go beyond the bounds of mortality. You have to act. It's up to you to do this. You can't wait for gods to help you. You have to do it on your own. And Telemachus, yes, just like you, I imagine my world-renowned father. So he's coming. Good God, it's almost there already. Oh, it's done. Is this, do we stop at this point again? I haven't even finished part one.
But you're having fun, aren't you?
Learning a lot.
Kostas, it's easy. Monday comes around once a week.
Part one ends on page 126. On 109, and part two starts on 127 and goes to 170, 185. Well, we're not going to get there. So, do you have questions?
My only suggestion is, we'll get there, but I don't think we have 20 years. I don't think we can count
Let
on
me
that.
see. Well, all right, one last thing I have to say. I have
No,
to.
you have an hour, you have a half hour.
I do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
$25
I'll
minutes.
skip here. Let's see. So we did Telemachus. The other thing that's interesting with Telemachus at this point on 113, we have the idea of the contest. And this is important because the contest comes from Aphrodite. She's the one that wants this contest to go on. Because she wants Penelope to marry. She's after love. She's the goddess of love. So she's the one that in a dream tells Penelope, take down the bow that's hanging on the wall and have a contest. In Homer, the contest, as I mentioned last time, comes between Penelope and Odysseus. They decide on it. Here, because we're emphasizing reason versus non-reason, irrationality, we give the credit to Aphrodite, and that's what they're talking about now for a number of pages. Telemachus is upset that the bow has been taken off the wall, wants to know who did it. Euryclea, the maid who comes with a message to Eumaeus to take the bow and polish it up and get it ready, is put on a spot because Telemachus says, who ordered you to do this? You certainly didn't do it on your own. She doesn't want to say. And on 114 she says, my child, trouble comes from far and near. I struggle to remain silent, but out of pity I hold my tongue. Last night fate, through Aphrodite's godly lips, decreed. And then in quotations we have what Aphrodite decreed, take down the bow. But that's not enough for Telemachus. He insists, who gave you the order to do this? And he finally she has to admit that it was his mother, because she had a dream to do this. So now the question is, that's kind of ironic too. If she had a dream and she's interpreting for us what the dream said, and it's in quotation marks here, so Penelope is saying, this is what Aphrodite told me in her dream. Did Aphrodite tell her that in her dream? Or is it Penelope's desire that makes her say that that's what Aphrodite told her in her dream? That complicates things. because you see both. We know that Penelope is ready for marriage, and maybe she dreamt what she says she dreamt because she wanted to dream just that. So we go on with that for a while. Telemachus still complains that he's not ready to take on so many people. And at this point, we're halfway through. This is the page that's half of the, page 118 is half of the play. Odysseus, the old man, still continues with his lies, but gives us a lot of background, like on page 119. I'm the rhapsode, he says, the glory of the Argives, whom the great Agamemnon trusted to guard his faithless wife, the fool. And he goes on to talk about faith and what he believed, how being thinking of Penelope and her faithfulness made him endure through the war and everybody else. And he gives us pretty much the story of the Oresteia, which is the story of Agamemnon's return, and comparing his wife, who killed her husband while he was taking a bath, to Helen of Troy, or to Penelope actually, and Helen of Troy. Agamemnon's wife, remember, was the sister of Helen of Troy. So he's making a comparison here, 119, about faithfulness. On page 120 at the bottom, Odysseus says something again that's of interest. Telemachus asks him, are you not afraid? Of whom? My struggles made me bold and taught me, my boy, to rely only on myself and endure. Again, that word. Words are intrepid, but only deeds count. Get to know the human heart. They're laughing, do you hear? Meaning the suitors. They party with your household maids, and the suitors mock you. What are you waiting for? If your father isn't within you, where do you think he is? Can you bend his mighty bow? Then Odysseus has arrived. If you're a man, you're your father's son. Then Odysseus is within you. That's what he's trying to tell him. As a beggar, he's telling him all this. So this gets to Telemachus, because he says on 121, when he's asked, where are you going? Home. Your words have scorched my brain, and shame reddens my cheeks. I'll attack. God be my witness. I'll get rid of them openly, so people will praise me and say, Odysseus sprouts new buds, and his son doesn't shame his famous father. Eumaeus says, don't be in a rush. He's more of the earth. Take your time. Odysseus says, where does he say it? Old timer, don't be so quick to offer advice to a young boy. Beware the dangers. Odysseus says, act. Eumaeus says, make sure you know what you're doing before you act. Odysseus says, no, act. So we have that going on. And Euryclea comes in on 122, that's of interest, when she says, how I admire your selfish youth. To Telemachus, he says this. I see in you your father, when as a beardless youth with his companions, he rigged a multi-tiered boat to abduct the virtuous Penelope. Now that's something of Kazantzakis. He didn't abduct Penelope and Homer, but she's, Euryclea is remembering Odysseus as a man of action. And he wanted something, he goes after it and gets it. He wanted Penelope, he abducts Penelope. In myth, he was given Penelope by the father of Helen, the mortal father of Helen, Tyndareus, because Odysseus helped Tyndareus when a lot of suitors were after Helen, and he knew that if he gave it to one of the suitors, the others might gang up and maybe cause a war. So he didn't know what to do. And Odysseus came up with the answer. He said, have a contest. Tell the suitors to agree to sign a document that everyone will be considered, and whomever Helen selects, they must support him. And it could be any of you. So they agreed to that. They signed something saying that we're going to support whoever Helen selects. That's how the war occurs. That's why they all have to go to Troy for her, because they made this promise that they would support the man who married Helen. So for giving him this advice, Odysseus says, you know, I have a beautiful niece, Penelope. You can have her as a wife. And Odysseus thought that was a good idea. And that's how it happened. But here, we have him abducting her, just like he saved Helen. He's a man of action. He endures, he takes things under control. And then Telemachus supports this to show the kind of man that Odysseus is on 123 by going back to the stories of the time that he slipped in Troy to steal Athena's statue and with cunning bring victory to her troops. There was a prophecy that the war in Troy could not end until the Palladium, which was a statue of Athena that was in Troy, could be removed out of Troy. And once that statue of Athena could be removed, the war would go to the Greeks. So Odysseus decided that he would do this, attempt this. So he slipped into Troy as a beggar. Helen put him up. She recognized him, but by that time, this is towards the end of the war, she had changed her mind and wanted to be back home and didn't want to be with Paris, although that's contradicted in the following book in Homer to show that she's duplicitous too. Anyway, she didn't say anything about Odysseus. He did steal the statue and he took it out of Troy. And that's what this story tells us. Only Helen was not deceived. The godlike woman recognized him but kept silent. Smiling, she hastily bathed him, anointed him with scented oils, laid an opulent linen robe on his sun-drenched shoulders, etc., etc. And then at the end she says, quickly, take victory and leave. Victory is the statue. And don't forget my greetings, Odysseus, to the husband I desire. That's supposed ironic too, because the moment that Paris is killed, she marries her brother, his brother, Diphybus. So she goes from one to the other, although she's making all this fuss that she wants to send greetings to the husband she loves. So you get all of this in this to show the kind of person she is. But the emphasis is on Odysseus, how clever he is, coming from what I just read before. And then again, the mind is mentioned here. And here we have a soliloquy by Odysseus that's interesting because he brings out much of what we've been saying. It's at the bottom of 124 and 125. He says, alone with you, my heart, once again. Hold tight the helm, don't be afraid. My son hastens to free himself from his father, and my faithful wife seeks a new playmate to bear him sons, as if I never existed. Am I not standing on my own patch of earth? Ancestors, are you looking down at me? Somehow I found foreign lands more agreeable and friendly. And this is where he talks about how things work. What if I did forget my country? I was living through happier times, reclining by her side like an endless river every evening by the sea. If only the journey could begin again. I recall the sirens' enticing songs, which like kisses rub the fortunate of their manhood. In the moonlight, their ample breasts erect like circular shields of battle. For shame, Odysseus, get over yourself and silence your memory, the simpering siren. It's like the sirens are calling him back to the kind of life he had, which he enjoyed, but he has to fight against it. And he says, but I held the tiller steady between two precipices, focused on humanity's fate. And the two precipices are the body or the mind. He's between. And he goes on to talk about this more. And that ends part 1. Now, when you come to part 2, we're now changed the scene. We're at the palace, we're with the suitors. And
Excuse
here,
me, can I ask a question? When he
Yeah.
says, Lord, I kiss your hands and your feet and your revered him, who's he to?
Eumaeus, he's talking to Eumaeus there. Yeah, bless me, Father, let my mouth sprout new roots that I may stand without fear, silently on the threshold of my home to do what I have to do. So here now, you see most of the things that I've been talking about. And you have this hall, the suitors are there, they're honoring Aphrodite. Athena has been pushed aside, the temple fire is out, and as you proceed towards the end, the fire miraculously comes on just about the time when Odysseus is ready to start the slaughter. So Eurymachus was one of the two main suitors, and Antinous and Eurymachus are the ringleaders. Eurymachus is the one favored by Penelope here. Antinous is the more, what would you call him? He's more realistic in what he's doing. He knows that there could be trouble if, for some reason, Odysseus were to appear. But he's made up his mind that that's the way things have to be. So he's more realistic in all this. But interesting here is what Eurymachus says at the bottom of 127. On your behalf, meaning Aphrodite, on your behalf, Aphrodite, I threw Athena to the wind and smothered the perpetual flame set at her feet like an eye. I satiated you with offerings and scents. Now I supplicate you, not as a beggar, but one requesting payment. I dealt, now deal. That's my little thing. It's not quite what he says, but that's what he means. I sustain you. Attend me now if you can. Recall how I found you famished, roving like a dog in heat in these cobwebby courtyards, and I rescued you and enthroned you a lady in the palace. Before, when Odysseus was there, she wasn't recognized. There was reason. She wasn't the main person. So he raised her, the suitors raised her to this position. And Antinous says, your cries to the ruthless lady are in vain, Eurymachus. Fill the tall copper vessels to the brim with wine, maids, for a single drop will uncork the good Penelope's bed tonight. He's more realistic, as I say, about things. He wants Penelope, he has his reasons, and everything else doesn't really matter. And now we bring in the singer Phemius, who was in Homer's Odyssey. There are two singers. There's Demodocus and there's Phemius, who always sing at the court. And they're also, since they're inspired, these singers, they really represent Homer. And here you can see that Phemius can see a lot more than the rest of them can. He knows, he feels the presence of Odysseus, and he's afraid, and he tries to warn everybody else. So he's the singer himself, he's Homer himself, that is warning everybody, and that's why of the 109 suitors, only 2 are saved. Phemius is the first, because he's the singer, you can't kill Homer himself, so he's saved. And the other one is the messenger that goes to Penelope to tell her what's going on all the time, so they save him also. Everybody else is killed. Although we're told that some of these suitors were not as bad as they're made out to be. As when you're reading, you see this. And they're trying to say, when they fear that this is now the day that Odysseus is supposed to appear according to prophecy. And Eurymachus 129 says, your fears evoke him, not prophecies. It's you yourselves that are feeling, you feel guilty, and that's why you think he's going to come back. But on page 30 and 131, Phemius, in his song, tells them about a dream he's had, which is actually a premonition of what's going to happen. And he tells us that he sees the bow, he sees Athena and Aphrodite in conflict, as you read that speech, all on page 131. And then one of the maids comes in. This is Vigla, she's an old woman, but she's the spy of the suitors. And she says, he's here. Now all the suitors think that she means Odysseus has arrived, because this is the day the prophecy says he's going to arrive. She's talking about Telemachus, because she saw him arriving. So there's a confusion there, brings out the fear of the suitors as they question her and argue and show how afraid they are. And then they feel embarrassed for being so afraid. On page 134, Eurymachus says, good God, it's humiliating to fear a single man. You all laugh, but I say it's a waste to squander away unspent youth. Again, the emphasis is on the earth, on the senses. Don't squander away your youth. Enjoy it. They talk about faith a bit. There's a chorus in here, which I'm not sure exactly how much it adds to the story, but this is supposed to be a verse tragedy, as he calls it, Kazantzakis calls it, so tragedies have chorus. And they sing to relieve the fear of the suitors as they're drinking. And as they're doing this, the beggar finally arrives at the palace to beg. He's finally now come to the palace as a beggar. And they put him through different tests to show endurance again. He says to Telemachus, no matter what they do to me, pretend you don't know me. And don't give me away. Let them do whatever they do. They throw stools at him. They throw food at him. They even have another beggar who is usually around begging at the palace. This is from Homer. But here they changed the name. They have another beggar whom they order to get rid of Odysseus. They say, if you want to beg in this palace, get rid of this other beggar. And this is for Odysseus. This happens now on, let's see, where am I going here? 140 and following. His name is Menites. You'll see him there. And it's based on the beggar called Eros in Homer. So the suitors tell him to get rid of the beggar, The beggar resists, but when Menete says, take that, he punches him. Odysseus returns, the old beggar returns it and breaks the guy's jaw and actually kills him.
I have a question. In this section, Odysseus doesn't say a word for pages.
Yeah,
Is there some significance in that?
he's observing, he's taking it all in, trying to make up his mind how he's gonna handle all of these people. Because he knows that there are only two of them. Actually, it's gonna end up being four of them. The Eumaeus and another good shepherd, the cowherd, Philoetius. He's gonna reveal himself to them by showing him his scar that he has from a boar hunt. And he's gonna say, I trust you two. And they're going to help him along with Telemachus. So it's going to be 4 against 109.
But I'm sort of curious about why, while they're tormenting him, he never says a word.
Yeah, well, because he has a mouth. He's always saying things that when he does talk, he's answering back. A beggar should do that. As a matter of fact, at one point he tells Antinous his story, another lie. And he says, I too was an aristocrat once, and I too had a son that was abducted and taken to Cyprus, and I lost my wife, and now I'm destitute. So he's making up a story, and Antinous says, I'm not interested in your stories. Just don't bother us. So he's sizing up everyone. There's another suitor who comes out to be very positive. And he says, you know, the things we're doing aren't quite the things that should be done, but we're willing to pay you back. He says this at the end, where Odysseus reveals himself. We're willing to pay you for all the damage we caused, and we're willing to tax the people in our own principalities to give you whatever you need. And Odysseus warns him, actually, at a certain point, says, maybe you'd want to leave the hall, but he doesn't. He feels he has to stand by his other suitors, and so he's killed. You don't see that in this because the story stops at the moment that Odysseus is ready to take them all on. So we don't have that, but we have the preliminaries. On 142, you see Telemachus now coming much closer to realizing who this person is. It says just before this, they removed Menete's corpse. So I guess the blow of the beggar really did him in. Telemachus turns covertly to Odysseus. Listen, stranger, in a dream last night, Athena came to me rejoicing. And again, it's what Telemachus is telling us Athena told him in a dream. Did she, or did he dream this? Stay strong, she counseled. Keep your wits about you and your eyes fixed on the old man. Whatever he beckons, carry out with respect. He justly holds the fate of your palace in his massive hands. So he's coming to realize who this person is. Odysseus says, that's fine, don't be in a rush, I'll signal. And then it goes on. I get back to the suitors, Phemius, the premonitions he has again. There's another long one here on page 143, 44. Let me skip this. The suitors are talking among themselves. Telemachus seems to be growing throughout here, taking more upon himself, so that Odysseus 147 says, my boy fortunate is the father exalted suddenly in his old age to such heights, not referring to himself, the father, any father, and held lofty in his son's esteem. Immortal is one who leaves behind such offspring. Because immortality for a mortal is to leave offspring so that they continue your line and to live in the memory of the generations to come. That's what he's saying there. Then the contest begins, slowly, although Phemius keeps warning them that somebody is wrong, something is happening, but the main suitors are saying, forget it, bring on the chorus, let's drink some more. And finally on 150, Odysseus asks Phemius, whoever gets up to dance must dance. If you have something to say, you can't hold back. You have to say it. If you're going to get up to do something, do it. And the beggar asks him to sing a song that he remembers, a tune. And if you look at the tune, which is in italics here, that Phemius sings, it's really what's going to happen, what Odysseus is going to do. It's about a group of men locked up in a castle before death comes to get them. It's almost like Edgar Allan Poe when you look at that song that Phemius sings. And when the song is finished, Penelope appears at the palace. And she questions the old man, says, aren't you ashamed at your age for dancing like this, etc. He's dancing naked because he's trying to dance a song that has to do with death that he says that we did in our village, and I'm going to dance it for you to get the suitors at a point where he can begin his massacre here. And Odysseus tries to also give hints to his wife as who he is, but she doesn't pick it up. On page 153, where he says at the middle of the page there, in quotation marks again, I dreamt last night of a scarlet robe. He romps with wealthy rakes. He's saying it as if Odysseus was saying this in a dream. And like a god, he dons assorted robes. In the marketplace, he's admired by all the nobles he meets in conversation, because I'm told red denotes quick of mind. And now that I see before me the heavenly wonder of a wife, of that wife I shout, blessed be the earth that bore you, lady. But she doesn't pick this up. She says, this is hubris. Are we there yet? Oh yeah, we're there. Okay, and then, well, let me finish. Let's see, what else? Penelope tries to justify herself later on in her actions and how good she's been. Everybody becomes more anxious as we go along here. The contest, everybody takes a turn at the bow. Most of them can't do it. At the end, there are 3 mill women, the women that ground the wheat to make bread, because Odysseus the beggar asks, give me a sign of what I'm to do. He prays. And these 3 women are the sign. They say something should happen to end their work, to regain their freedom, because their backs are breaking, making bread for the suitors, and they hope they will die. And it happens. And after that, we have finally the recognition on page 166, where Telemachus says, I'm no longer satisfied bending to an old man's whims. He's tired of waiting, on 166. And Odysseus says, son. Telemachus says, who is it? It's me, son. Who? Telemachus, I'm back Bolster your heart, brace your knees, lest they buckle. Let your eyes behold Odysseus. Father, and that's it. And it comes at the point where Telemachus has had enough and he's gonna act on his own. And then, nobody can bend the bow. Odysseus comes on and he says, that's it. I am Odysseus, and that's his last word. I'm Odysseus, my trusty bow recognizes me, and in my hands it longs for action. Exultantly the bowstring hums like a swallow. In my ponderous hands death brings peace like a thunderbolt in the hand of justice. And he stops there. That's book 21 in Homer. Homer still has 22, 23, and 24. 3 more books to go, but he stops at that point, and the big Odyssey of Kazantzakis begins exactly at that line. The first word in the big Odyssey is when the exultant youth were put aside, something like this, that is when they were killed. Then Odysseus cleans himself up and continues the story. So it immediately follows this thing. And you have a word that you want to say as we part?
Is that it?
I'm done. This is the first phase of our project. The second phase is Linda's part.
No, it's not just me.
It isn't?
Yeah, no, but it's a lot of people.
Oh.
But so the next part of this would be in January, where we will, because we're gonna do it as a production, but we've written a script, which Ken was nice enough to read. He said he thinks it works. Right? It's a cut-down script which focuses based on what Kostas done in these 3 sessions. So you have a very targeted 40-page script for a reading, where it will be a staged reading in the auditorium using sound effects. There's a sound plot, projections, lighting effects, and we've hired a technician who will be operating those for us, but we've designed the plots. And the very next piece will be the training of the actors, and then we'll do auditions and rehearsals. And that won't start till January to give people a chance to get through the holidays. But the workshop that we're going to do is based on John Barton's Royal Shakespeare Theatre in Stratford, and his techniques of training actors to do line readings, because it's a stage reading where you'll be using a script, holding the script, so that there will be no blocking on the stage and so on. But we need to practice and to learn about line reading, so we'll be using excerpts from his tapes, which Don